Good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning. Where am I? Oh, I don't know why. Okay, hold on. There's a thing I need to change. Oh, game sound's gone. Oh, no, it isn't. I need to change the properties so that it's like... There we go. Hi! So, as usual, I had this idea last night. Or yesterday. I think I mentioned it yesterday as like a potential thing we could do. And then I didn't do anything for it. So, this is going to be scuffed. As things usually are. Also, I should say good morning, good afternoon, because not that I forget, but the Euros that are populating my chat always tell me good morning too. So I'm like, yeah, good morning. That's the right thing to say. So yeah, I didn't prepare this at all. So we're gonna be on the fly, kind of moving things around and figuring out what to do. I think that's good, and then having it here might make it a little small, but also this really isn't the type of layout that should be used for this. I mean, hey, it is Saturday. You woke up when you woke up, you know what I mean? Have a good lurk. When do you sleep? You were at work and then you were streaming like basically all night? Yeah, it is indeed always nap time somewhere. So yeah, we're gonna go on to one of my favorite subreddits, the Am I the Asshole? I think my other favorite subreddit is... I don't remember what it's called, but it's essentially like spooky stories. You almost forgot. Oh, Huh? What? I'm so confused. And thank you so much, Pedro. 3 months already. I cannot believe it has been that long. I don't... Why did it use... So weird. Oh, I guess I had the alerts from Stream Elements here instead of Twitch's alerts. That's so strange. Welcome back, Pedro, for 3 months in a row. Thank you so very much. I genuinely cannot believe it's been 3 months already. Like, I know that my, like, anniversary is on the 9th, but it still surprises me how quickly these days seem to go by. Thank you so much. Welcome back. But yeah, basically we're just gonna scroll through the subreddit. It's basically like, I wish I could remember anything about it. I read it a lot when I was younger. And it was basically just like scary stories of like, but like real life scary. It might be. It felt like it was like real life scary. It wasn't like supernatural scary. Let's Not Meet. Yes, Let's Not Meet was my favorite subreddit. I loved that so much. Oh no, we don't want pictures. So yeah, basically what we're gonna do is I'm going to show the title and we're gonna do channel point predictions to see, like, do you think I will think this person is the asshole? No problem. And that's what we're gonna do. And I haven't read any of these ahead of time. I literally, again, don't even have like a proper anything set up, and we might... All right. How many tabs is too many tabs, do you think? Oh, God. And we're just scrolling through mainline. Well, hopefully it's soothing, I suppose. All right. So let me go into studio mode. Probably into browser question mark. Yeah, I wish I could see anything. Okay. Perfect. So we should have it like this. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna... No, it's fine. And then another one. Browser. Or no, it would be window. Window capture. Browser question mark. put this below me. If it will ever scroll down. There we go. Perfect. All right. And then I'll also put this browser down here so that I can switch in between them easily. All right. Transition. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. So, oh, this is gonna be so fun to juggle. Okay. I don't think I need it in studio mode anymore. Okay. So, something I forgot to talk about. Ro, the person who I commissioned for my my reference sheet that opened up her commissions just for me, got started. Switched my my commission to work in progress on VGen, so that's exciting. Let's go. Okay. Stream manager. All right. So, for starters, we have, I need to rename these. Filter, no, not filter. Rename. Is this Christmas? Oh, it's gonna rename it no matter what. Okay, so never mind. I can't do that because I was dumb. Oh, there is something that I need to do. Wait. What is happening? Why did this do this? Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. Okay. And there's one other thing that I need to do. I need to make a new Reddit. Sign up. Sorry, I'm just reading through the thing it's making me do. My maid username is apprehensive dot. And I almost want to keep it. This is very funny. No, we won't. We'll change it to true me. Also, is this what Reddit looks like out of dark mode? I hate it. But also it kind of gives it a little bit of color, it looks like. It's a shame. All right. So, the first Reddit post. Am I the asshole for only buying a Christmas gift for my biological niece? By Armadillo Civil 4566. Am I the asshole? Yes? No. Am I the asshole for only buying a Christmas gift for my biological niece? Yeah, now that I know that when you create a Reddit account and it like generates a funny name for that, I can kind of now see what burner accounts are. So this is definitely a burner account, which might take something into effect. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. You can make this a little bigger. Okay. Am I the asshole for only gifting a Christmas gift for my biological niece? This happened at Christmas, but we are still arguing over it, so I need your opinion. My biological parents gave me, male 39, up for adoption. It was an open adoption, and they stayed in regular contact with me. They told me that the reason they gave me up for adoption was that they couldn't afford to take care of a child, so they gave me up hoping I would have a better life with another family. I think this is ridiculous because I have a biological brother who is only 1 year younger than me, and they chose to keep him. So did their financial situation really change that much in a year? I just don't believe them. The problem is that no one understands me. Every time I bring this up, my biological parents call me ungrateful and say they did what they thought was best for me. I once talked about this with my biological brother, and his kids, male 17 and female 16, were also present. My biological brother literally laughed at me and told me to grow up and I'm too old to still be upset about this. My biological nephew didn't care and just went into his room without saying anything. My biological niece said, "I'm sorry this happened to you. You're right to be upset. I can't even imagine how hard it must be for you." That was all I needed to hear. She was the first person who said that to me. That was when we started getting closer. She's the only person who I actually feel like is my family. For Christmas, I decided to buy only gifts for my family. This means my adoptive family and my biological niece only. Now my biological brother is mad at me for not buying a gift for my biological nephew as well. I told him that I don't care about his son and don't consider him my nephew. He called me a cold-hearted asshole and said that his son considers me an uncle and I've watched him grow up, so how can I not consider him family? But I can't help how I feel. Okay. So there's a lot of complicated things going on here. You can definitely tell that the writer is still incredibly bitter about being put up for adoption when his other brother was not. There's a lot of jealousy and bitterness being like kind of projected onto his children, the biological brother's children. Hey, Waffles. Good morning. So that's definitely painting how he's feeling about all of this. And I also think it's a little bit unfair to put this very like emotional and deep-rooted subject onto teenagers, especially since this person is nearly 40. I'm kind of a little bit on the side of the brother, the biological brother, in terms of you should let it go and stop being upset about it because he is almost 40 and he's had a lot of time and he's obviously let this fester. He hasn't really come to terms with it. He hasn't like talked about it, I assume, with a therapist of any kind. He's let these emotions really kind of sink into him. And I understand why he wouldn't. I kind of sympathize with both sides on this one, but my gut reaction was to say no, that he's not the asshole, because to be fair, you don't have to buy Christmas gifts for anybody, and you don't have to have a reason. And if the children were younger, I would say that yes, you are the asshole, because if, like, say, the biological brother's children were 10 and 8 years old instead, it could be incredibly damaging to the children to have one of them receive a gift and the other one to not. But they're older. 17 and 16 is enough to be, I think, developed to not hold a grudge against that. In terms of, like, not having an internal grudge about it, which I think is important. The male might get upset, because I feel like if me and my siblings, if one of them got a gift and I didn't, for Christmas, I'd be pretty annoyed, because it doesn't really seem fair to be taking it out on the kids. But also, no offense, it is a 17-year-old male. It wasn't his trauma. I suppose he was just looking for some sympathy. And perhaps if the male brother of the biological brother, I don't know why I said male brother, as if there would be female brother. Anyway, I feel like if he was better developed, he would have had some sympathy. But there's a whole lot of context that we're not giving, or getting from other family dynamics. Maybe there have been other situations that have made the 17-year-old child of the biological brother dislike him already. So I'm gonna have to go with it's kind of the asshole, but I'm doing this on yes or no. So I'm gonna say no, he's not the asshole. Because he obviously wants to, I guess, foster love with people who will love him. And he is getting that from the niece, but he's not getting that from the nephew. And so I think it's fair to be like, I'm not going to, continue to foster a relationship with someone who obviously doesn't care about me. And I think that that's totally fair. I am a big proponent of saying, kind of cutting people out of your life if they're not giving you the type of support or just like relationship that you need. I'm very quick to cut people out of my life that are giving me negativity. So, and then let's see what the top comment is. Finger was on the Y when I read the post title, and not the asshole for feeling the way that you do. My biological nephew didn't care and just went to his room without saying anything. Are you sure your biological nephew doesn't care, though? He may just not know what to say to you. Remember, it's not your brother's kid's fault that he's a prime asshole. He is a teenager. They don't care about anything. Yeah, I agree that probably... Yeah, for sure. I agree basically with this sentiment of there was obviously a disagreement or a fight, probably one that kid has heard 100,000 times within this family and was just like, this is making me uncomfortable. I don't want to interact with it anymore, so I'm not going to. And obviously that hurt the poster's feelings, but I don't know. I don't think it's fair to put that on a 17-year-old kid, but that's just me. All right, next one. Am I the asshole for giving my son's college fund to my daughter? By Loose Bed 9786. Am I the asshole for giving my son's college fund to my daughter? I love how you posted the same GIF that I posted when I told you that my commission was finished. Also be reminded, for people who weren't here at the beginning when I was giving the spiel, these are, am I the asshole? You're predicting whether I think that they're going to be an asshole. And also remember that for this subreddit, people can and will put super deceptive titles to get clicks. So all right. Am I the asshole for giving my son's college fund to my daughter? My wife and I saved money for all the kids to go to college. We saved enough that they could each go to whichever college they wanted without going into any debt. My middle child chose not to go to college. He also chose not to go to trade school or learn any useful skills. I voiced my disappointment about him only going for the simplest job like minimum wage jobs. But it's his life at the end, so I couldn't do much about it. Now, my daughter is going to college, and she's planning on becoming a doctor. I told her that since her brother's college fund is untouched, she can have both her own and her brother's college fund. Now my middle child is mad at me and demanding I give his college money to him to do whatever he wants with it. I told him he is free to waste his life, but not waste my money. That money will go to the person who is actually going to use it for education. I don't want my money to be spent on beers and video games. He thinks I'm an asshole. Okay. So, again, I'm always going to be the type of person that is like, there's two sides to every story. Do I think that potentially the reason why I'm always the type of person that says that our trauma is triggered by our parents. Like we a lot of our like growth and the trauma and personality that we have comes from the type of environment we were raised in. Do I think that this son had a lot of expectations pushed on him when he was younger and potentially cracked under the pressure? Yes. Do I think it is unfair for the parents to not give him his college money to do whatever he wants with? No. However, I think I'm going to say he is the asshole, but not for the reason why the son thinks, because I do think that right now, in this point of his life, his son is being a little bit of a brat and being a little bit selfish and expectant that, oh, that money is mine. I think that the father is an asshole because I think it is unfair to assume that his son will never do anything with his life. Everybody has the potential to start something no matter what age you are. He could mature, he could find something that he's very passionate about and decide that he wants to go to school. He might decide to open up a small business, Just because he's not doing something now doesn't mean that he will not do anything ever. Sometimes it takes people a long time to get started in their lives. And I think that the son is being incredibly punished because he unfortunately has a successful sibling that he's getting 1-to-1 for. Oh look, your sister is becoming a doctor. Why can't you be more like your sister? Why are you wasting your life doing nothing? And that can put a lot of stress and just really demoralize someone to be like, well, I'm never going to be anything because my sister is a doctor, so why do I even bother? So I can empathize with what the son is likely feeling right now. He's likely feeling very pushed to be something exemplary when maybe that's not what he wants, which I think is totally fair. I was the same way when I was younger. I lived in a very small town. Yeah, I know. It's the same way for me in this particular situation. When you live in a small insular community, I know this might shock people with how much of a dumbass I am. I've really fallen off since I was younger. But within that very small community, I was considered to be very intelligent. And, once I got into high school and college ranges, I realized, no, I was actually not that smart. I just was surrounded by, okay, that was about to sound very wrong because that's not what I meant. I was a small fish in a small pond, or a big fish in a small pond, and became a very little fish in a big pond, essentially. And I realized, no, I don't want to spend 8 years in college to be a doctor or anything like that. That's not the type of life I want for myself. And that's never really been something that my family understands. They're like, you're so smart, go to college and be a doctor. And I'm like, well, money isn't everything, and I'd be miserable. And yeah, I'd make $200,000 a year, but I wouldn't be happy. And I kind of get those same vibes from this son, where it's like he obviously is a little bit directionless in his life right now, and he feels as though his parents are not supporting him in the best way, and it doesn't seem like they are. So final verdict is, I'm going to say, yes, you're an asshole, but not because the son thinks you're an asshole for not just giving him his college money to do with whatever. I think that the parents should have kept that money for their son and held on to it for 5-10 years maybe, to see if he ever decided to go to school or open a business or do whatever it was that he might have done. And if still 5-10 years he's stable and kind of decided, no, I'm not going to school, I'm not doing this, then I think it's safe to be like, here, daughter, have this money to pay off your college debts with. I think that would have been much more reasonable to me. So, no. Or yes. Yes, he is an asshole. All right. Next up, we have... Oh god. This isn't... Help. Oh my god, this is so long. Yes, you're an asshole for your title being so long. Am I the asshole for going after child support from my ex-wife and her husband, even though I said I would not after they said they wanted input on how I raise my daughter? Am I the asshole for going after child support from my ex-wife and her husband, even though I said I would not, after they said they wanted input on how I raise my daughter? From Legal Rhubarb, 9735. Legal Rhubarb. Do we think they are a rhubarb that is over 18 or a lawyer is a rhubarb? I don't know. My gut reaction was to think about lawyers and not age of consent, but that's just me. We had a hard swap into. Am I the asshole for going after child support from my ex-wife and her husband, even though I said I would not, after they said they wanted input on how I raise my daughter? My ex-wife, Sandy, and I got married young. Too young. I wasn't done with university, and she was fresh out of high school. We were pressured by our families. It's a religious thing. We didn't even live together until a year and a half later when I finished my degree. I'm not in great shape. I'm not particularly handsome, although my wife says I am. I also spent a lot of time at work my first 3 years of my career getting a running start. I'm ashamed to say I pretty much neglected Sandy. When we had our daughter, I re-examined my life and made them a priority. Unfortunately, it was too little too late. Sandy left me. It hurt. It hurt more than when she moved on and left our daughter with me. She said that she was still young and that her family and I had taken years of her youth away, and now it was her turn to enjoy it. I felt a lot of guilt over what she said. For the record, I didn't particularly want to be married either. I said that I didn't want to hold her back, so I would not take child support. We went to court and I got full custody. She got visitation, which she only very rarely uses, like 4 times last year. It's been 5 years and my daughter and I are doing fine. I have a great job now and I'm able to work from home. I take my daughter to school and pick her up, and I leave my work in my office when we are together. I've also withdrawn from the church my parents attend. Recently, Sandy has been bugging me about parenting decisions. I told her that I would raise my daughter as I saw fit. She said she was her mother and deserved a say. Her husband chimed in that I was not doing a proper job of parenting and that they were considering going back to court for custody. As soon as he mentioned lawyers, I hung up and called mine. She is a bulldog. She immediately filed for child support, including back child support for the last 5 years. I've been hearing from everyone that I'm being cruel going after her for money. Full disclosure, I make close to 5 times their combined income. I don't need their money, but if I can use the law to get her to leave us alone, I will. Am I the asshole? First of all, I'm just going to say this right now. No, he's not the asshole. It doesn't matter. It does not matter if he makes 10 times as much as she does. She made her decision to choose her own life over her child's happiness. She said, I'm going to go and live my life the way that I want to live my life. I'm not going to be beholden to a child because I was too young to take care of that child. She gave up custody rights to that child, didn't visit her very much. Like, that makes her the asshole immediately. I'm sorry, but it does. It doesn't, like, money is not even a contributing factor for me in deciding if this person is the asshole or not. Dude stepped up and took care of his daughter when the mother did not. She decided, I had this child, and maybe I had this child young, but I'm giving her up, and I'm moving on, and I'm going to go live my life and be happy, and I'm not really going to worry. Now, that's gut reaction for me. But I also empathize with it. But once it's always for me, if you're mature enough to have sex, you need to be there for the consequences if you fuck it up. And they did. They had a child, and you no longer get to just be like, nah, I don't feel like not being a parent. Then you shouldn't have been having sex. That's it. Kind of hard line for me personally. That's really all I have to say about it. I don't think that he's an asshole for doing this. Whatever, if he's got the money to have his lawyers protect his child from a, mother that's gonna kind of drop in and out of her life at her convenience when he's been like a steady thing, I think that he should do whatever it is that he wants, because you know what? It's not the way that this guy sounds. He's not just going to take that child support money and just do whatever with it. He'll likely take the child support and either put it into a college fund or use it to like take care of her. It's not like he's going to use the money to take care of himself. He sounds like a very dedicated father. He is a single father. Took care of a child after his young wife left, and he feels guilty about her leaving and still obviously cares for her. But you can tell from this immediately he cares about his daughter more. So, is he the asshole for doing this? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. It's hard for the mother to get zero custody. Judges love to keep mother in the child's life. Yeah, I don't imagine we need a goofy one. Nope, no goofiness here, only serious. I imagine she won't get zero custody now. But I don't think that it sounded like they were going back to court for full custody, which I don't think will happen. But who knows? Mm-hmm. Oh god. Ah. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my half-sister she can't have anything from dad? From Chelsea KD. Hey, anything. How are you? Am I the asshole for telling my half-sister she can't have anything from dad? Please note that this person doesn't know how to make paragraphs, so I'm already going to be hitting yes on the am I the asshole. Okay. Am I the asshole for telling my half-sister she can't have anything from dad? I, 19 female, have 2 full siblings, 21 male and 23 male. We have one half-sister, Kelsey, 17 female. She was the result of an affair that my father had. My father cheated on my mom when I was only 1, and my half sister was born when I was 2. We visited her sometimes, but mom could never handle being there because she genuinely hated our half sister. As kids, me and my brothers were close with her and had no issues with her. After my parents divorced officially when I was 9, they had been separated since my mom found out he was cheating. On the weekends that Dad had us, Kelsey would be there. Now, her mother wasn't well off in any way, but neither was our mom. So Kelsey would constantly call us names and spoiled when we would show up with nice things. Really, we all just had jobs. She started to demand a lot from my father as we all grew up. Just last year, he bought her a brand new BMW for her 16th, whilst me and my brothers had to work for our first cars. She always has the newest tech, newest clothes, etc., all because my dad funds it. My point is, she had everything handed to her when we had to work for it, and she still calls us spoiled. We're no longer close with Kelsey, and we blame her for putting a wedge in our relationship with her. Now, our father was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer 2 months back. He passed away a week ago. It was an incredibly hard time for us to go through. It even hurt mom a lot. Kelsey was sad too, but I partly think she was sad about her not having her walking bank anymore. When the will was presented to us, Kelsey's name was nowhere to be seen. Dad left my brothers and I a wonderful sum of money each and left us his snow cabin to share. Mom was given $15,000 with a note that talked about how much he regretted cheating on her and how she was the most perfect woman he'd ever come across and how he wished they reunite in heaven. Kelsey had absolutely lost it by now, accusing us of brainwashing our dad into giving her nothing. She yelled at me after I told her she was only wanted him for his money and not real fatherly love. She had the audacity to say, "And so what?" I yelled at her so loudly she left crying, and we haven't heard from her for 2 weeks. My eldest brother, 23 male, says we were a bit hard, but 21 male agrees with me and says she had it coming. Am I the asshole? Okay, that was a lot. I mean, I don't really think there's a lot to discuss with this one. Because I don't think that... Okay. I think generally, at the ages that they are, 19, 21, 23, and 17, their father was likely in at least his 50s to 70s, depending. He's likely not being brainwashed by his children. He was probably intelligent enough to understand that his daughter that he had primary custody and took care of was expecting to get everything. But he also has other children. Am I shocked that she wasn't in the will at all? Yes. That seems very surprising. But there's probably a reason. You know, if you're at that stage in your life, especially, it's not like his death was sudden in terms of like he had a sudden accident. He had lung cancer. He had a lot of time to sit and decide, you know, and I say long time in perspective of, you know, any other kind of death. Like, he knew that his death was coming, and he had time to sit and evaluate everything and decide what he was going to do. And if she got left out of the will, there was probably a reason for it. So, no, she's not the asshole. Because, again, was she maybe a little bit hard on the 17-year-old who is probably a brat and doesn't know what she's saying and will likely grow up to, you know, regret some of the things that she's saying? Yes. But All right. Oh, this is a short one. One paragraph. Am I the asshole for telling my roommate her boyfriend can't sleep over for 5 nights a week? Oh, I'm so sorry. Am I the asshole for telling my roommate her boyfriend can't sleep over 5 nights a week? Am I the asshole for telling my roommate her boyfriend can't sleep over 5 nights a week? It's pretty straightforward. My roommate's boyfriend is over 5 days a week. I told her he can't be here 5 to 6 days a week because I pay to live here with one other person, not two. Our place also only has one bathroom. She's upset with me and thinks I'm being unreasonable because I have my boyfriend over too. My boyfriend is over 2 nights a week at most on the weekend. Usually it is only once because I work weekends. I feel like it's reasonable to ask for her boyfriend to not to fully live with us without paying. Edit, he showers here, he cooks here, he uses the living room to watch TV, he keeps his stuff in our bathroom. He also loves to set the thermostat to 74 degrees. Okay. If he's essentially living there, then I think no, she's not the asshole for being like, then you two split 2/3 of the rent and I split 1/3. If that, why don't they just move out? Because there's this thing, I don't know if this is like this in your country, but there's this thing called leases. And when you sign a lease, essentially you agree to live in a singular place for anywhere from 6 to 16 months. And breaking the lease can like cause you to lose your security deposit, which is usually a full month of rent. That you just don't get if you break the contract of the lease. And also, you never know a person's living situation. Maybe there aren't a lot of housing opportunities that are within their budget. But yeah, not a whole lot of context here, not a whole lot to talk about. But I would say that no, she's not an asshole if someone is essentially living there for free when she is not, and it wasn't previously agreed upon. Then if she's essentially sharing the space with 3 people total, including her, and not 2 people, then I think it is reasonable for her to only want to pay 1/3 of the rent, because if there was a 3rd roommate there, that's how it would work. So no, I don't think she's an asshole. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Am I the asshole for bringing up my brother's criminal past when he was busting my balls about my DUI arrest? By Odd Basket 9325. Yeah, you can sometimes break a lease without getting like in trouble for it, essentially. Here as well, it just depends on like the situation, I suppose. Oh yeah, brutal. Am I the asshole for bringing up my brother's criminal past when he was busting my balls for my driving under the influence arrest? I forgot what DUI sounded was for. Am I the asshole for bringing up my brother's criminal past when he was busting my balls for about my driving under the influence arrest? My brother was a handful for my parents. He got expelled. He was sent to jail for intent to distribute. He got expelled. That was such a stupid joke. I'm sorry. He got expelled. He was sent to jail for intent to distribute. He got one of his girlfriends pregnant when she was 19. He was 25. Predictions where? I did it. You didn't submit. He has grown up a lot since then. And his daughter is now 4 and spoiled rotten by all of us. I was arrested for DUI for sleeping in the backseat of my car. I had unlocked the car from the bar, left my keys with the bartender, and then went to sleep in my car. After I was arrested, I got an ex-cop who fights tickets and such to fight it in court. It didn't even go that far. I got an affidavit from the bartender that I left my keys with him. There was CCTV footage. Oh, gotcha. There was CCTV footage of me doing exactly what I said I had done. The Crown dropped the charges, but I was still arrested. And at my parents' house last weekend, my brother started bugging me. I explained to him that I was let go because I actually did nothing illegal. Since I couldn't start the car, I was not in care and control of it. The cop that arrested me was an idiot. He just kept at it. So I asked him how many of his arrests ended with the charges being dropped. The answer is 0. He started yelling at me that he is different now and that I'm an asshole for bringing up ancient history. His last arrest was just before his daughter was conceived. I don't think 6 years is a long time. The reason I didn't call a cab or an Uber is because I was moving and had all my stuff in my car. I figured I could keep it safe. My parents want me to apologize, so he will calm down. Yeah, you're an asshole, dude. The dude has obviously done a lot to better his life. You even said it at the beginning of the post, and yet you decide to, in a fight, low blow him and be like, yeah, and what about all your arrests? You can't sit and support him for changing and being a better person while also dragging him down at every opportunity. I hate it when people do that. That will just never let go of... Oh, that's right. There are other options, aren't there? Yeah, I agree. I think everyone sucks. I think that it is unfair for the criminal brother. I don't know what else to call him. The poster's brother, for jumping on him when obviously he didn't. How do you even get arrested for sleeping in the back of your car while drunk? Like, how are you arrested for DUI for that? Anyway, that's the thing that I want to know about this post is how is this person arrested for sleeping in the back of their car in a bar parking lot? Like, how is that DUI? Literally, DUI means driving under the influence. He wasn't driving. How do you get arrested for that? Yeah, I get that they don't like it when people sleep in their cars, but isn't that like loitering? That's not driving under the influence, is it? Because, yeah, you can absolutely get arrested for sleeping in your car or anything, but I don't feel like that's DUI. That's like loitering or trespassing or whatever it would be. But he was charged with driving under the influence for sleeping in the back of his car, which I just don't understand. I don't know. I don't agree with the comments. I don't think he's not an asshole. I think everyone sucks. Which we're also going to start putting that in the poll, I think. But I also think that that's hard to like quantify from like from a title as well. So yeah, that's my verdict. I'm gonna say no, but I also think everyone sucks. So we'll go with no. Or sorry, yes, he is an. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Yes, he is an asshole. Don't bring up other people's past mistakes to prove a point. It's really shitty. 6 years is a long. I don't think 6 years is a long time. What do you mean? You don't. What do you mean you don't think 6 years is a long time? If you think about it, if somebody said I'm 6 years sober, you would think, wow, that's a really long time for sobriety. And that is essentially what this is he's changed his life for the better. And yeah, he might have been jumping on you to something that you wouldn't think is fair, but it is very obvious that in a point of argument, your reaction is to go after somebody personally instead of being logical and being like, no, I was arrested for this. It was this. Charges were dropped. I don't know why you're still getting on my case about it. I think it's rather rude. But instead, he was snappy. So I think, yeah, he is an asshole. Okay. I don't know if it dismisses it for you guys. So, next up, we have, am I the asshole for demanding my house guest pay me for what she drank? Am I the asshole for demanding my house guest pay me for what she drank? OK Bullfrog 5830 wants to know. I know what my gut reaction definitely is to say to this. Just from the title, but we'll see if context changes what we think here. Am I the asshole for demanding my house guest pay me for what she drank? I, 29 female, was asked by a friend, 27 female, that I went to university with, if she could stay a few days at my place on her vacation. She came a couple of days ago and also brought her sister, 31 female, which was fine with me. Her sister declined going out for dinner with us and wanted to stay in. That was fine, and we left and went to eat. Well, turns out her sister is a recovering alcoholic and wasn't coping that well being in a different place. We come home a few hours later, and I found out she got drunk and raided my liquor cabinet for what she could find. She ended up drinking my very expensive gin, $300 USD, that was given to me by my dad. It's not something I ever would have offered guests. When she woke up the next morning, I told her that she needed to pay me for it. I didn't even open it. She started freaking out, saying it was a mistake and that she couldn't afford the rest of her trip if that's what it really costs. I told her that she technically stole it from me and that she needed to pay me for it. My friend from uni says that her sister is struggling in recovery, but they really can't afford to compensate me without it ruining their trip. I asked them to leave, and they were both very upset about it. While I do understand that it was... sorry, I started reading the edit. That it was a moment of weakness, I still think she needs to pay me for it. If she broke it by accident, that would be a different story. Am I the asshole for wanting her to give me money for it? I'm going to hit this with a no. I don't think that he's an asshole, because I think it seems like he didn't know that she was a recovering alcoholic, because if she was, or if she knew, sorry, I'm assuming that this is female. I don't know. Didn't actually specify. Oh, no, he did specify gender. Okay. If she was told that her friend's sister was a recovering alcoholic, it would have given her the opportunity to lock away the alcohol in a safe or somewhere that she wouldn't have been able to get access to. I think it's also on the friend for not being there. Exactly. I think it's also on the friend for not looking out for her sister and understanding that she was having a difficulty with her recovery and could possibly relapse. So there's a lot of things that are wrong here, and I don't think any of it is on the poster. I think it was wrong of the recovering alcoholic to not reach out and do probably whatever, I don't know what kind of training that they're asked to do when they are having a relapse. She obviously didn't reach out to her sister. She intentionally isolated herself instead of going out to dinner. If she was in a different place, why did she take her on vacation? If that was going to be a trigger or a stressor for her, why didn't her sister keep a closer eye on her and make sure that she did go out to dinner with them? Why didn't she tell the person that she was staying with that she was living with, or that she was going to be in the house of a recovering alcoholic, so that the person who owned the home could have separated and put the alcohol away so that it wasn't out and available to her to just take? And yeah, you have to take responsibility for the things that you do. Even if you're a recovering alcoholic, to me, it sounds premeditated, because she intentionally did not go out to dinner in order to stay in the house alone. And that says to me that she did that intentionally so that she could stay there and drink, which it's an addiction. Obviously, she's not it's not malicious, but it was planned, it seems like to me. She obviously knew that there was an opportunity to drink, so must be very early on in her recovery. And her sister needed to be doing better to look out for her, and they didn't. And it doesn't matter if they can't enjoy their vacation because of this incident. Maybe you shouldn't be going on vacation with a recovering alcoholic that's going to steal from people, because they need to be in their own environment, getting taken care of, and not putting themselves in situations like this where they can get themselves in trouble. And just because it is your friend, a longtime friend, doesn't mean that you should get used by people, which is what's happening here. They are like, well, we're friends and this is my sister and she's struggling. You shouldn't be getting all upset about this. And it's like, no, you should absolutely. You shouldn't let people just step on you and be like, oh yeah, this $300 gift that I hadn't opened and didn't get to enjoy. Yeah, no, it's fine because you're my friend. Like, there's empathy and there's getting taken advantage of, and you can be empathetic while still putting your foot down and being like, no, you need to give me, I think it's not reprimands. What is it? You need to give me reimbursement for this because she stole from him or her. Sorry. I don't know why I keep thinking that the posters are male when they're not. But yeah, I'm going to say no, not the asshole. Sister's an asshole for sure. Or, well, friend. Sorry. The friend of this alcoholic sister is the asshole for not doing basically anything. Didn't seemingly let the poster know that they were going to be in the home of a recovering alcoholic that she then left in her home unsupervised with alcohol that was just very easily obtainable. No. No, she's not an asshole, but the friend is an asshole for sure. Okay, next up. Am I the asshole for telling my son I like his brother more? By Medical Act 4663. Am I the asshole for telling my son I like his brother more? Big yes. I love that someone was like 6,000 points. Yes, slams button. Am I the asshole for telling my son I like his brother more? I have two sons, Alec 30 and Tim 29. Alec went to college at 18 while also working part-time. After he graduated, he opened his own small business, which became very successful quickly. He's an amazing person and very generous. At 24 years old, he married an amazing woman, and now they have an adoptive son together. Tim didn't go to college. He kept living in my basement and was unemployed until 20. That's when I told him I'm going to kick him out if he doesn't get a job. He got a minimum wage job and could hardly afford his own expenses, so I had to keep supporting him. When he was 25, I finally got tired and told him I'm not supporting him anymore and kicked him out. He got a small flat with some of his friends. He's been going from job to job ever since, and he's also been dating different women. They dump him after a short while. A few days ago, Tim and I had an argument, and he accused me of loving Alec more. I was honest and told him that while I love them equally, I like Alec a lot more. He called me an asshole and left. Okay. So, big point to the author. He did not say that I love my other son more. He said that he loved, or they loved, both of their sons equally. But I keep saying they like their other son more, which is understandable. I think, again, it's kind of one of the situations we had in one of the first posts that we read over, that there's but I think that it is okay to tell them that they'd like their other son more. If he said, yeah, I love my other son more, I think that's much different than saying, I love you both equally, but I like your other brother more. I think it's okay, because there's obviously some kind of story that we're not getting here. We're not getting context for, because I don't think that people, I mean, maybe they do, you know, maybe I think that, again, a lot of people's decisions in their life can explain why the path that they took in life is the path that they took. It's very obvious that this poster feels a little bit bitter that their son seems to just have like leached off of them for a while and only really kind of did something when they were forced to, which I can get from that perspective can be very frustrating, especially when their other sibling is very successful. So it's one sibling is generous and kind. Are those weapons registered? My guns? Yeah. Yeah, I've got registered guns. Hello, Sorian. It's a hard one because I think I think the answer for me is no. I don't think that they're an asshole because I think that the distinction of love versus like is important. And from the writer's perspective, because I feel like I'm backtracking and I'm like kind of going the opposite way with the first one where I said that the parents were an asshole. What are we talking about? We're going through the Am I an Asshole or Am I the Asshole Reddit and basically just kind of having just a conversation about whether people are assholes or not. I think this is a hard one because I think that there's a lot of missing context as to why the second son isn't not as successful, but isn't pushing himself. And there could be, you know, trauma or you know, this kind of very much it could be one of two things. Either the person is just a user and very lazy, which absolutely does happen, but there could also be like deep trauma. But I'm gonna say no. I don't think that he's an asshole, or that the poster is an asshole for being honest and saying, yes, I like your other brother, but I love you both. Because it seems like from the writer's perspective, the, you know, kid is kind of unmotivated and really just kind of kept coasting until he was forced to go and do something with his life after being forced by the parents. And like I said, it's hard because I did side with the sibling or the son, I think it was the daughter. I did side with the kid in the first one that we read that was kind of like this. So I feel like I'm being a little bit of a hypocrite here, but I'm gonna say no because money isn't involved. It's just, am I an asshole for telling one of my children that I don't like them as a person as much as my other kid, but I don't love them? So I think no, personally. I think no, he's not an asshole. Shockingly. I also think that there's a lot of crucial context that is being lost here, unfortunately. Because I think there was kind of more context being given for the other story about the college tuition, like the college fund. This one is just kind of emotion based and without knowing why the son is the way that they are, it's hard to kind of quantify if they were being an asshole or not, I guess, for me. Okay, next one. Am I the asshole for not wanting to forgive my dad because he punished me for something I didn't do? By Abject Green 519. Am I the asshole for not wanting to forgive my dad because he punished me for something I didn't do? Am I the asshole for not wanting to forgive my dad because he punished me for something I didn't do? My 16 male brother, him being 16 and male, brother, 15 male, had got into an argument, I think, 3 weeks ago because I didn't want him playing on my Oculus. He kept asking me, but I told him no. After a few back and forths, he eventually left and I kind of forgot about it. Until the next morning, my brother decided to hide our dad's car keys in my room. To be honest, I'm not sure if those incidents are related, but it seems like they are. Anyway, when our dad woke up, he couldn't find his keys, so we had to miss school and work that day. My dad was mad and was looking everywhere. My brother decided to help look around and started searching through each room to try and help find the car keys. He eventually went into my room and started looking everywhere and then found the keys in my drawer. I was confused on how they got there. When he told my dad where he found them, my dad got mad at me. He started yelling at me for hiding his keys and making him miss his work hours. I tried my best to tell my dad that I didn't have anything to do with it, but he wouldn't listen. He grounded me, and I've been grounded ever since until Wednesday. I guess my brother finally felt guilty and confessed that he was the one who hid the keys instead. And just like that, I was ungrounded and my dad grounded my brother instead. I was mad that my brother purposely got me in trouble, but even madder that my dad believed him over me when I kept insisting I didn't do it. My dad started apologizing nonstop for not believing me, but I told him I couldn't care less about his apology because he made it clear that he doesn't value my word. My dad started apologizing again, saying that it wasn't unreasonable to assume that I did it and stuff like that, but I just told him that I didn't care and told him that he doesn't have to punish my brother either since the incident already passed. He got upset at this and told me to understand his actions. He's been trying to make it up to me ever since, but I just told him that he punished me for 3 whole weeks for something I didn't do, and I made sure to let him know that I don't forgive him. I didn't think I was wrong until I told my uncle about what happened because I finally got my phone back, but he took my dad's side and told me that it was a simple mistake and that I need to forgive my dad. Oh, to be 16 again, and for this to be your primary problem in life, and to get this upset about it. Do I think that this 16-year-old is being an asshole for not having the maturity to understand the situation? No. Do I still think that he's wrong? Obviously, yes, as someone much older than a 16-year-old. This is some stupid shit that you're gonna forget about in like a couple of weeks. And you're gonna look back on it when you're 20, 25 and be like, wow, I got upset at something so stupid and stayed upset for a really long time for no reason. I don't think you should be mad at your father. I think you should be mad at your brother. Your brother intentionally got you in trouble because he got told no. And that is some like deep rooted emotional issues that he needs to work on. And it's kind of fucked up. And I think that your fight with your father is taking away from a very cruel act done by the brother that's kind of getting away scot-free, because the older sibling and the father are fighting, and he feels more guilty about punishing the wrong kid than understanding, wow, my other child bold-faced lied to me to get his brother in trouble over a video game. Maybe I should be working on that. And that's unfortunate that the other brother really doesn't seem to be getting the punishment that he deserves, or the attention more that he deserves. Yeah, I don't really know how to talk about this, but yeah, basically. I'm doing this as if somebody asked me what my opinions are. But yeah, like, I guess because I'm heated about this. So yeah, no, you're not an asshole. Yes, you are wrong. What the fuck is up with your brother though? Like, he needs therapy, and he's 15 years old. Because like, I understand that, like, 15 I think still is pretty old to be getting upset about being told no about not being able to play a video game, and like lashing out in a way that is incredibly disruptive and lying about it for 3 weeks. That's a long time to hold a grudge over nothing. That's some deep-rooted anger that this younger brother has, and that should be looked into. Literally risked his dad's job over a VR headset. Yeah. So, no, not an asshole. Childish. And back in my day, we would have resolved this by mutual ass kicking, not by a random malicious prank. All right. Boop. Start prediction. Am I the asshole for mistaking someone else for the bride and made the actual bride cry? By Kitten Gloria. Am I the asshole for mistaking someone else for the bride and making the actual bride cry? Yes, that is actually psychotic, Sorian. Okay. Am I the asshole for mistaking someone else for the bride and made the actual bride cry? A few days ago, I went with my boyfriend to one of his late cousin's weddings. I never met his cousin or the bride, since my boyfriend saw them like 1 or 2 times a year. We have been together for almost 3 years, so he thought it would be a good time to introduce me to them. My boyfriend told me he wanted to introduce them to me because before the actual ceremony started. So we were going to meet them, but my boyfriend got a call, so he told me to wait a moment and got a little far so he wouldn't have been interrupted. 2 minutes after that, I saw a woman with a beautiful wedding dress. I said hello, and then I congratulated her for the wedding. That is when things went wrong. The woman I was talking to was not the bride. The bride heard what I said. She was in the room near us, but I didn't notice because everything was silent. The bridesmaid or her mother weren't with her. I guess she just wanted time alone before the ceremony started and got upset and started crying. When my boyfriend approached us, I explained him the situation, so he called the bridesmaid and the mother to calm her. My boyfriend and his family reassured me, saying it wasn't my fault, but the bride, her mom, and the groom are upset with me and are saying it's all my fault. I never saw her face, so when I saw a woman in a wedding dress, I immediately thought she was the bride. I still feel bad, so a friend suggested me to post this on Reddit to have some outside opinions. What did I just read? So let me try to forensics this like a CSI crime scene. But what she said wedding dress, so I'm assuming that the dress was white. Maybe she mistook the bridesmaid's dress for, but she doesn't explain who she actually said it to. I don't know. This is all very confusing. So she's never met the bride but is asked to go to a wedding. Is the OP gender specified? No. Did I say she? It's Kitten Gloria is the name of the account, so it makes me think that they're female. But you're right. I should be saying they unless they specify. I'm just really bad at that. So this person and their boyfriend went to a wedding. This is the most male brain thing I've heard in a while. I don't know. So, okay, let's try to dissect this. Boyfriend asks partner to go to cousin's wedding. Has not met cousin. Boyfriend takes poster to meet the bride before the ceremony. Partner leaves poster to go take a phone call. Partner sees person in a wedding dress, assumes it is the bride, goes and congratulates them on their wedding. Real bride in next room hears this and gets incredibly upset over that? Question mark. Huh? I think I have to say not the asshole just because maybe we don't have context? Even if it is the mother of the bride or mother of the groom. I mean, no matter who it is, why are you crying? Not the asshole, but I can see why his late cousin was so upset before she dies. And then someone else wears a wedding dress to her wedding. That's so funny. Oh, so I guess people are also kind of insinuating what you were, Gull, that somebody else wore white to the wedding and she probably knew and was upset about that. And hearing like somebody congratulate that other person upset them as well, I guess. I don't, sure, whatever, dude. You're not the asshole, regardless. Oh, absolutely no. The OP is not in the wrong here, for sure. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know why people get so emotional at weddings. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Weddings are stressful times, and I've seen enough Bridezillas to know that used to be my favorite show when I was a teenager. I loved Bridezilla so much. All right. New prediction. Am I the asshole for not inviting my daughter to my wedding? By Fancy Supermarket 405. Am I the asshole for not inviting my daughter to my wedding? Yeah, somebody was saying that it was like the sister. I guess maybe there was like more like clarification in the comments. As to who was wearing white at the wedding or something. Oh, you never know. As you said before, family will be family. Oh, wait, wrong. Okay. Am I the asshole for not inviting my daughter to my wedding? My ex-wife and I, 40 male, okay, divorced 6 years ago, and we have a daughter, 17 female. In all honesty, I was not a perfect dad. I'm a former drug addict, clean for 4 years now, which was the reason for our divorce. However, I've always done my best for my daughter, supporting as much as I could, both financially and emotionally. I love her very much, but she makes things so difficult for me. My fiance, 39 female, and I have been together for 2 years, and we're planning to get married this summer. My fiance is a really lovely and kind person. She tried very hard to be good with my daughter, but she never liked her. She was rude to her many times. When she finally insulted my fiance, she started the argument, and my fiance didn't even raise her tone. My fiance stopped trying. Since then, 6 months, I've never brought them together. When I mentioned our wedding plans to my daughter, I also told her that she wasn't invited. My fiance didn't ask me to, it's my own call, because I think she'll make a scene there. We had an argument and now she's mad at me. I also talked to my ex-wife and she also disapproves of her behavior, but she thinks I should still invite her. My daughter doesn't want me to be with my fiance at all, but she has no rational reason. I don't want to upset her. I've already disappointed her enough when I was an addict, but I want to live my life in peace. I'm still not sure about my decision. Am I the asshole? So, according to this edit, which I did read while you guys were voting, it seems that a lot of people think that they are an asshole. I'm actually gonna probably go against the grain and say no. I don't think that they're an asshole. The daughter is 17 and doesn't like his new fiance. So why would she want to come to the wedding then? And 2, why would you want her there? Your wedding is supposed to be about you getting married to someone and being happy. Why would you want somebody there who you know does not want you to be with the person that you want to get married to? I don't know. I will be very interested to see what the comments say, but my reaction is to say, no, you're not an asshole. Why does she want to go to the wedding of somebody that she doesn't like her stepmom? Like, Why do you want to go to that wedding if you don't want them to get married? Like, okay. You're an asshole. It's good that you got your shit together and in the process of fixing your life, but still, your poor daughter had to grow up with a drug-addicted father, and now you blame her that your relationship is strained. Be glad she even wants to be there for the wedding. She's not the one making things difficult. That was you all along. And now you have to deal with the emotional fallout. Or not. But in this case, don't be surprised if she goes non-communicative as soon as she turns 18. I guess I understand that philosophy, I suppose, but I don't agree with it. This seems, I don't know, to be very victim blamey in my opinion. Like, it's not as though he chose to be a drug addict. Like, I think that drug addiction is obviously an addiction, and he changed his life. And did his daughter have to grow up for half of her life with a father who was in the fits of addiction? Yes. But he's been sober for 4 years and she's 16. So, like, during her super formative years, i.e. the teenage years, he's been clean. And I don't think that he deserves to be punished by his daughter. Okay, wait. Being the man he should have always been for her with his new fiance and the fiance's own daughter. He didn't mention it in the post, but in his replies over in the Am I the Asshole H, that his fiance has an 18-year-old and a 16-year-old. Oh. Okay, so again, very much needed context here. His new fiance has children that he's being better to than his own daughter. But I'm not going to change my, like, the predictions are based on, I'm going straight off of what was given in the post. I'm not going to, like, go digging even farther. Yeah, I agree. I think that in the Am I the Asshole subreddit, people have a tendency to jump to the defense of people's children a lot. So I understand why this got voted as a Am I the Asshole. I think it's very common for people to immediately side with children in a situation. I don't know. I'm still gonna go with no. Like, I based not going for full context that perhaps he has other children that he is like stepchildren now that he may or may not be treating better than the other children. Oh, I mean, I'm not offended, so you don't have to worry about that. I don't know. I'm gonna personally go with no, based solely on the post that we were given from this person's perspective. Yes, he likely did put a lot of difficulty and trauma on this child's life. However, it does not seem like she dislikes her father. It seems like because like it's not as though there's a lot of hatred going on towards the daughter and the father. It seems like the daughter has hatred towards the stepmom, which is very different. And also, I don't think that it's fair for the daughter to be taking that out on a woman who doesn't deserve it, seemingly. Based solely just on this 4-paragraph thing that I'm reading, obviously. So take that with a grain of salt. But I'm going to say no. I know that everybody else in the Reddit comments are like, yeah, you're an asshole. I don't agree. I think based just solely on this post, no, you're not an asshole for this. I think that it is totally fair to have someone be very aggressive towards your future spouse and to say, okay, then don't come to my wedding. Seems reasonable to me. And yeah, also, she's 17. She'll get over it. So maybe he should be inviting her to the wedding knowing that, like, she might regret. Thank you so much, Aliska44353. Many numbers. Thank you so much for following. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no. No, not the asshole. All right. My English is not the best. That's okay. Neither is mine. Got another wedding story. Buckle up, chat. New prediction. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my sister apologize to my fiance so she can be in our wedding? By War Traditional 9403. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my sister apologize to my fiance so she can be in our wedding? Boy, is that a sentence I just read. And I still don't know what it means. Is this the same guy? Well, if it is, he's made multiple burner accounts. But it seems like people were able to dig up, form like other posts to determine things about his life, so he didn't even. You're not dumb. I don't understand it either, to be honest. It's a very weirdly worded title post. Am I the asshole for refusing to let my sister apologize to my fiance so she can be in our wedding? I, 27 male, have 5 siblings, and one of my sisters, Ava, 26 female, has been awful to my fiance, Reese, 27 female, since they met. The biggest thing is transphobia, and Reese isn't even trans, but Ava made up her mind when they met that she was. She has made some really awful comments about Reese being a dude, about Reese needing more hormones to make her sound more feminine because she does an awful job of it, and just other awful comments like that. Ava makes most of these comments made on the fact my fiance has a traditionally male name, even if the spelling is more popular for girls. And her voice isn't as gentle and soft as Ava's thinks it should be. We ended up cutting Ava out because of this. I told her to stop. I set boundaries, and Ava refused to respect them. Now that we're engaged, the issue has come up that all of my other siblings are in the wedding, and Ava is now upset she's being left out. My parents told her to try and apologize, so she reached out to ask if we'd let her be in the wedding if she apologizes. She said she wants to go back to normal. I told her I wouldn't believe her apology after all this time and would see it as her having FOMO. She told me it's not fair and it's been over 2 years. I told her she had 2 years to try. and make amends. My parents think I'm being too hard on Ava and should let her apologize and find a way to move on. They said Reese can surely say what kind of apology she would need to be able to move on from this. Reese told me she's glad I took the stand because she didn't want to be the bad guy within the family. But she's also not over the way Ava spoke to her and the things Ava would say about her. Reese's brother is trans, so we're also aware that if Ava would speak the way to her when Reese isn't trans, what would she say to my future brother-in-law? Ava is pissed I won't give her a chance, and my parents are siding more with her than I would like. They say I should be willing to try. Am I the asshole? Okay, just straight up, no, you're not the asshole. Second, what is everybody's obsession with weddings? Like, you don't like these people. Why do you want to go to their wedding? Like, why is that a thing that I keep seeing happening in these posts? Of like, dude treats bride and or groom like shit 364 days a year, but their wedding shows up and they're like, nah, man, it doesn't matter what I said. Let me be in the wedding. It's like, why do you want to go to a wedding of a person that you don't even like? Like, weddings are really long and they take a super long time. Like, and you usually have to pay for the bridesmaid's dress or whatever. Like, why would you want... Okay, anyway. Now that I'm done ranting about that. Fuck Ava. She's a bitch. And I've never been the type of person that is like, yeah, you always need to reconcile with your family because family is important. No. Cut them out of your life. And they do not deserve, not everybody deserves a second chance. Not everybody deserves to try to make amends. And if I'm being completely honest, I think that apologies are worthless. Because apologies, most of the time, are not genuine. And apologies are really just ways to make the person who is apologizing feel better and not feel as guilty about whatever it was that they did. Less so than it is to actually make the person who is receiving the apology feel better. Because if someone is like, let me apologize to you, and that person says, no, I don't want your apology, and then that person is like, why won't you accept my apology? Then that person obviously does not care about actually making amends and making the other person feel no longer wronged in the scenario. They just want themselves to feel better. Because if the person is like, I want to apologize to you, and the person who's trying to apologize is like, turns on you as soon as you say, no, I don't want your apology, then they're only apologizing because they want to make themselves feel less guilty or feel better, or like feel as though they no longer have to feel bad, or just get what they want. Because it is absolutely awful that Ava makes horrible comments about this person, the way that they sound. Because I've been hit with that. A lot of people like comment me that my voice sounds nice, and I still have deep-rooted trauma from being told that I sound like a man, that I cannot take those compliments because I'm like, I don't believe it. Because I'm like, how can... It's really, really kind of like disturbing that one bad comment can cover up 1,000 good comments. I've had so many more people that they say that they like my voice than have said that they either don't like my voice or have said that I sound masculine or that my voice is deep. I've had just like infinitely more people say that they like my voice more than they don't. But it's the comments about not liking my voice that have like stuck with me, and the ones that those are the ones that I think are real, right? And so I know, thank you, Petro. I hear when people say that and I want to believe it when they say it, but then my brain flashes back to that time when I was 16 and somebody said that I sounded like a man and that my voice is really deep. And It's all I can think about whenever anybody says something nice about my voice. That's where I flash back to, is that moment. And I'm like, oh, okay. So yeah, fuck Ava. No, don't invite her to your wedding. She doesn't just get a free pass, and she shouldn't just be forgiven because you're family or whatever. And you shouldn't let somebody in your wedding out of guilt because the rest of your family is going. The rest of your family is going because they're not dicks. And maybe this will teach Ava that you don't just get everything that you want in life. So, no, not the asshole. And Ava's a gigantic asshole. Okay. Next prediction. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for private school for my stepdaughter by hot brass down my shirt? Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for private school for my stepdaughter? Am I the asshole for refusing to pay for private school for my stepdaughter? A bit of backstory regarding this. I, 36 male, have been with my wife, 37 female, for 8 years. Of the 2 children, there is my stepdaughter, 13, and our daughter, 6. We have been discussing sending our daughter to private school for the last few weeks, and it has now boiled over into a full-blown argument. She believes that if we send our daughter to private school, that I should send my stepdaughter to private school as well, as it would be neglecting her otherwise. My wife has majority custody for my stepdaughter and does not receive child support for her, as her ex-husband made very poor life choices, which I understand. My wife also has not worked for the entirety of our relationship. I have covered all of my stepdaughter's expenses from day one. After seeing how poorly the public school system has done for my stepdaughter, I brought up and have been insistent on sending our daughter, there's fucking paragraphs, to private school. In my mind, I want to give our daughter the best possible chance in terms of education, which from what I've seen does not bode well in public school. Although I love and treat my stepdaughter as my own, I do not feel as though I should be responsible for her education, as I have never been given a say in regards to it from the beginning. I do have the financial means to send both. However, it would be pushing the limits of what I can feasibly do in terms of vacations, birthdays, holidays, etc. for our family. My wife disagrees and says that if I can do it for our daughter, then I must do it for my stepdaughter, regardless if we have to give up vacations and cut back. Am I the asshole? Tell me you don't mean your stepdaughter is your own without telling me that. Yeah. Although a part of me is a little bit pragmatic and wants to kind of side, because he says, why should I pay for them to go to private school when I don't have any custody over them and I don't get to decide anything? He has very obviously stated, I think private school is not that good, because I can see that public education is failing my stepdaughter. So I'm going to let it to continue to fail my stepdaughter and use her essentially as a experimental child to see everything that can go wrong so that I can raise my actual daughter correctly. Fuck this guy. Absolutely, you're an asshole. You bring up the fact that your wife hasn't been working the past 8 years. Why? Is it because she's been taking care of a young child the entire time? I mean, your stepdaughter was 5 when you got married, and your wife got pregnant a year later. If so, you're the asshole for even bringing it up in this argument. If not, was it for a reason you agreed with? As both children have gotten older, I've asked my wife to work even part-time, and she refused. At no point in our time together have I had any say in anything regarding my stepdaughter, let alone schooling. However, the moment I brought up private schooling for our daughter into the equation, I'm told I must pay for my stepdaughter as well. Nope, you already support her and her child. For you to have no say in your daughter's life and still be expected to pay more for private school is a no-go in my book. Either you're her dad or you're not. Mom can't have it both ways. Okay. I see, that was kind of what my initial read on it was that. But also, I just don't like the way that he talked about his stepdaughter, which was the whole, I can see that public school is failing my stepdaughter, so I'm going to use that as a reason to give my daughter private schooling. I think the best thing to do would be for both kids to go to private school and for your wife to get a job. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't agree with the not the asshole. I understand. Oh yeah. Your stepdaughter is 13 and likely has friends in school and may not want to leave them behind. Yeah, but see, I don't agree with that because yes, as a 13-year-old, obviously they might not want to leave their friends, but education is more important because honestly, how many people still talk to their friends from high school once they graduate high school? Like, your education is way more important than who your friends are, even if they can't see that. So just because they might not want to go to private school because they would miss out on their friends, if genuinely being private schooled means that she has a better chance at a higher education, you should do that instead of taking the 13-year-old's opinion on what they should do, honestly. But I don't agree with a lot of these comments. Yeah, okay. See, this is what... Okay. After seeing how poorly the public school system has done for my stepdaughter, I brought up and have been insistent on sending our daughter to private school. In my mind, I want our daughter to have the best possible chance in terms of education. From what I've seen, does not bode well in public school. You don't love and treat your stepdaughter as your own if you're willing to leave her in a school system you admit is terrible, but insist on sending your own daughter to private school. That said, now that your younger daughter is school-aged, maybe it's time for your wife to start working, at least part-time, and contribute to the family finances. Everyone sucks here if she refuses. You're the asshole if you prefer she didn't work and remained a stay-at-home parent to your daughter, but also refused to pay for your stepdaughter to attend school. I don't know. I disagree. I disagree with the comments here. I think that he is an asshole because I think that that's... like, whether the daughter should go to private school or stepdaughter should go to private school or not is an entirely separate issue from should the wife be working or not. Like, those two things they're connected, but they're also very separate in my opinion. And is he the asshole for one of those things? No. And for the other, yes. Like, I don't think it is unreasonable to be like, yeah, like this would put a strain on me. And if you got a part-time job, even if it was literally anything, it would really help the, the future of our children, yes. The wife is an asshole and he is not an asshole for that. Is he an asshole for saying I shouldn't have to pay for the education of my stepdaughter, even though I admit that it's awful? Yeah. So I'm going to say in the bounds of the question, which is for refusing to pay for private school for my stepdaughter, yes, you're an asshole. Especially with the way that it was worded. But obviously, do I think that he's an asshole for, being like, this would be, I could do it, but it would mean that we wouldn't be able to have as much fun, i.e., taking kids on vacation and stuff when they're young, which is, important. Which could be remedied by the wife getting a job. Which I think if he's asking for some financial support and not getting it, but she wants him to pay something that is expensive, then yes, no, he's not an asshole for that. He is an asshole for the way he talks about his stepdaughter, though. Because that's just not nice. I wish that I could do, like, predictions and stuff from OBS. So I didn't have to keep alt-tabbing. Alright, new prediction. Am I the asshole for not wanting to follow my sister-in-law's rules for her wedding and saying her insecurities aren't my fault? From Consistent Guest 146. Am I the asshole for not wanting to follow my sister-in-law's rules for her wedding and saying her insecurities aren't my fault? Everybody's problems are involving weddings or children. Hence why I will never do either. But a lot of people saying yes. You will be surprised. Oh, that was for the last one. I don't really know. Okay. You will be surprised that this one is actually tagged with not the asshole. Am I the asshole for not wanting to follow my sister-in-law's rules for her wedding and saying her insecurities aren't my fault? Oh God, no. Okay. My female 27 brother, male 34, and his fiance, female 31, are getting married soon. My husband and I got our invitation. All fine. However, this is the problem. Is this Christmas music? That sounded like dashing through the snow. Anyway. However, this is the problem I'm having with them. I am not a bridesmaid / in the bridal party because I have a baby. And as she's very young, 4 months now, and I was either pregnant / with a newborn during most of the wedding planning, it was for the best. So I'm just a regular guest as everyone else, right? Well, my brother and his fiance came over a few days after they sent the invitations because they wanted to talk to me. My future sister-in-law basically told me she's gotten a dress for me and she'll love for me to wear it for their wedding. I was kind of like, okay, thanks, but why, At first, she didn't want to tell me why they've chosen a dress for me, but finally she told me that I tend to draw too much attention to me. Last year, our other brother got married, and my future sister-in-law thinks that she doesn't want to risk having me show up similarly to their wedding. By the way, I wasn't wearing an inappropriate dress or white, anything like that. I was wearing a normal formal dress. I was very confused by this, and I asked what she meant because, as I said, I know how to dress up for a wedding. I reassured her she shouldn't worry about being outshined because, for starters, it's her wedding day and everyone will be paying attention to the bride and groom. And secondly, I won't wear an inappropriate dress like too much cleavage or something. Her family is rather conservative, so I thought maybe she was more scared of her family's reactions. We discussed this for a while, and she told me that the problem is my weight. She's a little overweight, and I'm not. Always had problems gaining weight, even while pregnant. So she feels insecure, and that's why she wants me to wear a dress that would cover me completely. This is where I think I might be the asshole. I told her that her insecurities were not my problem, and that it was weird to ask me to wear a certain dress just because I'm skinnier than her. She told me that she knew I'd have this reaction because supposedly I always want to be the focus of attention. She also said that my life has always been easier and it's not fair that I want to steal her wedding day as well. I asked her if she was doing this with every other woman who was skinnier attending the wedding, and she said no, so I told her that's a shitty move. We argued, and then my husband and brother got in between us too, so they argued as well, and finally we kicked them out, and not before I told them to enjoy their damn day because I wasn't attending the wedding, for which they accused me for being a drama queen and wanting to embarrass them by not going. Well, I'm more calm now, and this has caused quite a fight in our family as well. I admit that I was so tired and stressed that day because my baby had been sick all the previous blah 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 day/night. So I don't know. Do you think I exaggerated here, or were they fully rude to ask me something like this? It's a fucking dress, dude. Get over it. Like, are you an asshole for getting heated when someone shows up and says, you're trying to steal my wedding because I think you're prettier than me? No. Like, brides being overreactive and emotional, as for some reason brides always are with their weddings that I personally don't understand. Like, I genuinely don't think I've ever seen or heard of an actual situation where somebody upstaged a bride at her own wedding. Like, everybody's paying attention to the bride and groom at a wedding, at a normal wedding that isn't for like reality television. Like, she's being unreasonable, and this is all fucking stupid. Like, I can never care about stories like this, because if you take a step back and you look at it, they're arguing over a fucking dress. Get over it. Both of you. Both of you are over 30 years old. Or, well, okay. The bride is over 30 years old, and she's close to 30. And you're arguing over a dress. No, you're not an asshole. Get over it. Not another wedding. All right. New prediction. Am I the asshole for thinking fair isn't necessarily the same for our twins? By Region Alarming 1445. Am I the asshole for thinking fair isn't necessarily the same for our twins? No. Okay. Ah! Okay. Wait. No, I wanted to put this over. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Anyway. Okay. Am I the asshole for thinking fair isn't necessarily the same for twins? More like, are we the asshole? As my wife somewhat agrees with me, but is swayed by mother in law. Basically, my wife and I, 36 female and 38 female, just to be clear, both women, are struggling with how to handle a delicate situation with our daughters, both 9 female. I'll call them Nova and Luna. The girls have been dancing for years, and a couple of years ago, we let them start competitions. The way their studio works, there is a general/open team where parents pay a fee for specialized competition choreography, extra classes dedicated to practice, entry fees, etc., and an elite team, which is audition only. This team operates on scholarship, so certain class competition private class fees are waived, although there are minimum studio requirements for both teams. You see where this is going. Both girls auditioned last summer. Nova made the team, Luna did not. While I was heartbroken for Luna, I also don't think it's the worst thing for a child to be disappointed. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Obviously, it's hard for her, but realistically, there will be many times that something similar happens to both girls over the course of their lives. As with any set of siblings, we all move at our own pace and have our moments in the sun, so to speak, and learning to celebrate each other's success, even when you're a little jealous, is a good life lesson. Nova has been working with her elite team for a couple of months now, and Luna is still upset she's on the general/open team. My mother-in-law has started to get vocal with my wife and I that pulling Nova from her team is the only fair way to handle things, but to me, and to an extent my wife, it seems the opposite of fair to take something away from Nova to spare Luna's feelings. For what it's worth, I had to figure out what FWIW meant. Wow. For what it's worth, we've needed to set boundaries with mother-in-law before for treating the girls as twins rather than 2 children. And I feel this scenario is something of an extension of that. Luna also insists that it's only fair that her sister give up her spot since they can't be together. Nova would love her sister to be a part of the team, but doesn't want to quit no matter what. She's proud that she's been chosen. It seems like a terrible precedent to set. If Luna gets a place at a better university, would we make her reject it to spare her sister's feelings? If Nova is first to find a partner, does she have to end it if Luna is single? Unfortunately, my wife is starting to crumble under the weight of her mother's criticism and wondering if we should pull Nova and let both girls audition again in the summer. I feel like it's vital we don't and allow each girl to take the opportunities they earn. To be clear, if the roles were reversed, I'd want Luna to keep her place also. So Reddit, am I the asshole? No. I think this is pretty clear. No, it's not. Or no, she's not an asshole for this. I absolutely agree with everything that she's saying. The quickest way to have one of your children start to resent the other child is if you start taking things away from them because of the reactions of their other sibling. The only thing that will come from this is that Nova will start to resent Luna because obviously this is something that she's really passionate about and she really loves. And just because her sister didn't make the team, doesn't mean that she shouldn't be able to have this opportunity. It seems pretty cut and dry to me because that is the quickest way to make your children start to resent each other, is if their successes and failures are based on your other child, which is what's going to happen here. There's no way that Nova isn't told by her parents, no, you cannot be on this special team that you successfully became a part of because your sister isn't on it. That not only makes her resent her sister, but also will make her resent her parents and make her think that her parents like her sister more. And it's just going to cause so much of a disruptive nature within the formation of Nova's life, where Luna just kind of has to get over it. And I think that is absolutely something that once she gets older, she will discover that she's being unfair and being like a little needy and like, oh, I want my twin to always do what I do. When they get older, Luna will look back and be to herself, wow, I was really selfish. That was dumb. Whereas if you do the opposite, Nova will just be bitter. And one of them you can learn and grow from, the other one you can't. So, absolutely not the asshole here at all, even a little. Yeah, also literally mother-in-law who asked. New prediction. Am I the asshole for calling my boyfriend selfish for not giving me his seat? Professional case 134. Am I the asshole for calling my boyfriend selfish for not giving me his seat? This looks like it's going to be a tricky one to guess from just the title. I feel like this could definitely get a little bit spooky and be like very vague, and then it turns out that like, oh no, I actually broke my leg and he made me stand on the subway for 2 hours or something like that. Am I the asshole for calling my boyfriend selfish for not giving me his seat? I, female 23, am 6 months pregnant with my boyfriend, male 26, and mine's first baby. I've had a few complications. I am now on a blood pressure pill, which has made me more exhausted than usual. During Mardi Gras season... Oh shit, I fucked up. During Mardi Gras season, my boyfriend and I have been attending parades with friends the past month. I recently had a talk with my boyfriend and told him that I needed a break from parades because it was taking a heavy toll on me. I was in a lot of physical pain from all the walking and ended up catching COVID and had to quarantine. Mardi Gras weekend was this past weekend, and my boyfriend asked me if I could go to the parades with him. I agreed to one because I have a friend that lives in the parade route and allowed us to watch the parade at her house. He still wanted to go since his car isn't safe to drive in the city and he wanted to drink. After some convincing, I agreed only if we bring chairs for me to sit in. On the day of the parade, I went to pack both chairs, but he told me to only pack one since he'd be standing for most of the time. We were rushing out of the house and ended up getting to the parade later than we had planned, so we had to park farther away from where we were meeting friends. Ultimately, we ended up walking 11 blocks to meet them. Halfway through the walk, I had to use the restroom and couldn't hold it anymore. My boyfriend was upset with me because we were already running late, and for the rest of the walk, he gave me the silent treatment. Push him into traffic. When we finally got to the spot, I was completely out of breath, overheated, and my feet were on fire. He set up our chair and then sat down in it. I asked him if I could sit down, and he told me to just give him a minute. I was almost in tears at this point and visibly upset. So this kind stranger, who was set up a little bit further down the route, ended up asking if I wanted to use one of his seats. I thanked him, and we had a nice but short conversation about my pregnancy. Once we got home, I had a conversation with my boyfriend about how I felt that he didn't care that I was pregnant and should have given up the seat for me. I also said that it was sad that a stranger had to give up his seat for a woman he didn't know, and it shows that it's common courtesy to do so for pregnant women. He told me he made the same walk as me. Okay. And his feet also hurt, and that the man didn't even know that I was pregnant. I then lashed out and called him selfish and a horrible boyfriend. After I said that, his entire mood changed, and we had a very long talk about how his medication has changed the way he feels about other people, and that I need to loosen up and stop being so harsh on him. I'm worried that I was too harsh on him by calling him selfish, and that I'm expecting too much special treatment because I'm pregnant. I don't know how I feel about this. Am I the asshole? I don't know if I have the Twitch alerts. Hold on. I fix. Okay. All right, there we go. I got this. I'll get one for you. Where is it? Fucking kill this guy. Okay. I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory here. No, you're not a fucking asshole. Like, what do you mean? Like, fuck that guy. Fucking kill this guy. Kill him. Kill him. Like, hello? 11 blocks for a pregnant woman, and the dude sits down first. All right, you're getting punched. All right, you're getting punched. Yeah, literally breakup yesterday. It really sucks to have, but this person is so fucking selfish that if he is not willing to give up his seat to sit down after walking 11 blocks to his pregnant wife and thinks, oh, I need to sit down first before my pregnant wife does, sit on the fucking ground. Hello? Give your wife the chair. Sit on the ground next to her, you asshole. Or just carry 2 chairs. Why wouldn't, what is the harm in bringing both chairs, even if you don't end up using it? Why not just bring both? Why are people like this? I hate it when people are like that, where they're just like, oh, we could stop this problem from happening in the future, but you know what? Everyone getting actually upset at this guy. Oh my god. Yeah, absolutely. This guy is an asshole. Fuck that guy. Break up with him. Like, I understand that you're pregnant, and so, like, breaking up is, like, not, like, that's something that every person on Reddit is gonna say. Like, oh, just break up with your, you know, the boyfriend that you're with and that you're having your first child with, blah, blah, blah. No, don't break up with the baby. The baby didn't do anything. But yeah, fuck that guy. Yes. Or no, sorry. No. You're not an asshole. Fuck that guy. And in fact, stop fucking that guy. Because that kind of, like, attitude is like I was kind of getting at was, if he is like that when you're pregnant, what kind of selfish shit is he gonna do when the baby is around and the baby is crying at 2 a.m? He ain't never getting up to change a diaper. Girl, it's gonna be all on you. I hope you're ready for that. What were the comments like? Hold on. I mean, oh no, it wasn't Mark, not the asshole, but I can't imagine that it is. Better get used to being treated this way even after the baby is born. You might want to reconsider staying with him. After all the comments, it is a thought. I think his past experiences have led him to feeling like women should be the ones to do everything in a relationship and make all the effort. It's been a struggle trying to get him to unlearn that. Things have changed a lot, but clearly not enough. I'm not sure if I'm prepared to be with someone who isn't ready to be with me and have a lot of thinking to do. Unfortunately, he will not change unless he really wants to. It is horrible to be with someone with that mentality, especially when it comes to raising a child. Even if he is invested now when it comes to child rearing, I can almost guarantee that a majority of it, if not all of it, will end up falling on you. Now would be a good time to ask for a little extra support from other people who care about you, because you will really need it in postpartum. I hope you figure everything out. Pregnancy and the postpartum period are really tough, and you deserve someone who will help you. Stop trying to get him to unlearn his bad behavior. People only change when they want to do it for themselves. You really need a post-divorce? They're not married, I don't think. I don't think she said that I think she said boyfriend. So they're not married yet. And hopefully never will be. Let's see. It's all about unlearning behavior. Not the asshole. You're making another human a result of having had sex with him. Gestation is very hard work at all stages. For fuck's sake, don't have any more kids with a dude who won't step up. Your boyfriend is an asshole. Your requests are not in any way inappropriate, and you should think long and hard about how he treats you before complicating your life with this man even further. Pregnancy is one time in your life when everyone around you should be giving you extra consideration. If the father of this child can't do that, then you're better off without him. It's his fault there was only one chair. You were going to bring two, but he said he would stand. Then when push comes to shove, he sat his butt down and expected his pregnant girlfriend to stand instead. He's a selfish asshole. Yeah, OP, did you carry the chair? Oh no. Not the asshole pregnant women get to sit down. He should be taking care of you. If he thought that he'd need to sit down, he should have brought a chair, but he told you not to bring it. Sure, you're not helpless, you're just pregnant, but you've been doing so much for him, the minimum he could do is let the mother of his unborn child sit down. He's not chivalrous at all, and that's a bit concerning considering you're about to have a child with him. Yeah, this is what bothers me the most. She's going all out of her way to comfort him while risking her and her child's well-being, but in return gets blamed for asking not even the bare minimum. And his excuses and accusations are wild. She has to walk hours and hours and get blamed for exhaustion and needing to pee just because he wants to drink and is on new medication. Holy shit. The cherry on the top is a statement about the stranger wouldn't even know the OP is pregnant. She's 6 months in, of course he'd known. And if it were not noticeable, OP has been so damn oblivious, exhausted, that random strangers would give her a seat anyway. This claim would make things even worse. Oh no, don't be sad. Just push him into traffic and everything will be better. Alright. Next prediction. Am I the asshole for threatening to cancel vacation and causing a rift with my sister? From Capable Arugula 2487. Give me more wedding stories? Well, you're about to get a vacation story, which is about the same. Arugula starting shit. It always does. Am I the asshole for threatening to cancel a vacation and causing a rift with my sister? Am I the asshole for threatening to cancel vacation and causing a rift with my sister? I, 24 female, am the youngest sibling. I'm child-free by choice. I don't hate children, but I don't enjoy taking care of them and wouldn't volunteer to babysit anyone's kids. My sister, Jane, 30 female, has 2 kids with her husband, ages 5 and 2. Jane and her husband have been planning an overseas vacation, and she asked me if I was interested in coming. I said I'd think about it, as money is a bit tight for me, and with the flights and hotel, it was going to be pricey. Jane is a lot better off financially than I am, so they can afford these sorts of things. Her husband makes 6 figures. I had to look through my finances and told Jane that I could come along. She was ecstatic. She said that she understands I don't have as much money to spend on fun things. She asked if I'd be willing to watch the kids in the evening and share a room with them, and in exchange, she and her husband will give me $400 to go towards my flights. FYI, this is a 2-week-long vacation, and $400 is only half the cost of my flights, which she knows, and the entire cost of the vacation, not including food or entertainment, is $3,000. I declined Jane's offer and explained that I'd rather just pay for them myself and be able to do what I want in the evenings and have my own room in the hotel. I feel like I can't justify still spending that much money on a vacation if I can't fully enjoy it. Jane asked if I wanted more money, and I told her I'd rather just pay for it myself rather than complicate things. She seemed angry but told me it was fine. Later, she confronted me and said that if I'm not going to accept the money, could I at least watch the kids for 3 afternoons on the vacation, as she and her husband want to go for romantic meals. I declined. We got into a heated argument, and Jane said that she feels like I should because she's the one planning the vacation. I told Jane if she feels that way, then I'll just not go. She says I'm being unreasonable and that watching my nieces for a few hours isn't such a huge sacrifice. Am I the asshole? No. Of course you're not. What? Yeah, exactly. Basically, bitch wanted a free babysitter to be like, oh yeah, will you come on this romantic vacation and watch my kids and just basically sit in the evenings and watch my children while I go out on romantic dates with my husband for 2 weeks and also pay $3,000 to do it? And in exchange, I'll pay you a little bit of money, I guess. Like, she doesn't like kids. She doesn't want to babysit. She said no, and that she'll just pay. She'll just pay for the whole trip on her own in exchange for not having to watch the kids. And it seems like she's just like really only wanted her along so that she had someone trustworthy to watch her children, because she obviously doesn't want the children there, but doesn't want to leave them at home for 2 weeks. No, you're not an asshole. Sister absolutely is the asshole here. Seems pretty cut and dry to me. No. What are the comments like, though? Not the asshole. If your sister wants you to be her travel nanny, she should be covering the cost of your trip. True? Even then, OP would be well within her right to decline. 2 weeks of vacation time is not something to throw away on a miserable trip spent in servitude. I agree. She only ever invited you so she would have a babysitter. Don't go. Agreed. She only invited you to dump her kids on you. Do not go. Absolutely. Reddit agrees with me for once. Or I agree with Reddit, I guess I should say. Okay. Next prediction. Am I the asshole for wearing a bonnet when I'm not black? Lumpy appointment 985. Uh-oh. I hope that there's a whole lot of context here, but also I don't know if I'm going to want to comment on it anyway, so. This seems a little spooky. Am I the asshole for wearing a bonnet when I'm not black? Am I the asshole for wearing a bonnet when I'm not black? I, 18 male, am a South Asian man with naturally curly hair. I have 3B/3C hair, but some of my longer hair in the front can get all the way up to like 4A. The fuck are you talking about? I move a lot in my sleep and am currently trying to grow my hair out, so I have insane bedhead. Because of this, and for the hair benefits, I wear a bonnet. It helps my hair and essentially stops bedhead, so I have not had to wash my hair every morning. I was helping a friend, 19 female, set up for a Super Bowl party last Sunday, since her dad always loved throwing big Super Bowl parties but is temporarily wheelchair bound, so I came to help. She and her dad are both white, and her stepmom and stepsister, 20 female, are black, relevant later. She felt bad making me help since it's like a roughly 2-hour drive from my college campus to her house, so she let me stay the night before. I went to sleep on the couch and wore my bonnet, so as I mainly wear it to sleep. Her stepsister came quite early and saw me brewing coffee for everyone with the bonnet on and asked why I had it. I took it off to show my curly hair and said it was for my curls. She said, "You ain't black though." I said that it was just for my hair and hair health. She said I wasn't black and shouldn't be wearing it. And she said that was especially crazy during February. I told her that I just wore it for my hair health and no other reason, and told her to back off. She rolled her eyes and said whatever, and was quite rude throughout the rest of the day. Now I'm starting to think she might be right, and maybe I shouldn't be wearing a bonnet. Am I the asshole? Okay. So this is a little bit of a touchy subject because racism always kind of is, and cultural appropriation and things like that. But I'm going to just say kind of what my gut feelings on this are, which is he was one. I would have to do some research into this because I didn't know that bonnets were specifically like a black culture thing. I think it might be like I think you might be using the incorrect word for this, because isn't a bonnet like the little like lacy, I don't know how to describe it. It looks like that one famous opera house. You know what I mean? It's like isn't that what a bonnet is? Like, I think, or am I not? Isn't that what hold on. I have to Google because I feel like I'm going crazy. Bonnet. Okay, so apparently there's two different kinds of bonnets. So there's a hair bonnet for sleeping, which kind of looks like a shower cap, almost like the like shower thingies that you wear. And then there's like the bonnet that I'm thinking of, which is like the frilly, like pilgrim like bonnet, you know what I mean? Like the thing that you put on girls in like the 1800 period pieces. But I'm just gonna say, basically my opinions on stuff like this is that he obviously was not doing it to insult anybody's culture or race. He was not even wearing it in public. He was wearing it to sleep. And hair care is for everybody. So, no. Not the asshole. New prediction. Yeah. Am I the asshole for insinuating that my brother didn't read up on his dog's breed before buying her? By Terrible Nebula 9390. Am I the asshole for insinuating that my brother didn't read up on his dog's breed before buying her? Am I the asshole for insinuating that my brother didn't read up on his dog's breed before buying her? My brother got a Siberian Husky puppy. He was complaining about how she isn't obedient as my dog, telling me she refuses to get in the bath and talks back, calling her a drama queen. So I told him that's natural for 3 reasons. 1, mine has undergone complete training. 2, mine is middle-aged in dog years. And 3, his is a husky. He got confused and asked what his puppy being a husky has anything to do with it. I said, haven't you read up on huskies? He got really offended and said it's offensive for me to assume he didn't do his research just because he was unprepared for a behavioral trait. Okay, so I feel like this is going to get a little bit of context because as people may or may not know, like I really love animals and know quite a lot about. So I have like background information but that's what I was about to get at, Gul, is that yes, this is very common behavior for a husky to have. Huskies are known to be like a little bit difficult to handle and not difficult to train necessarily, but they're one of the worst dogs if you don't get them trained because they just have wild and out personalities, essentially. And they will be a gigantic handful if you do not get them trained. If you just kind of let them go untrained, they can be an absolute nightmare. But that is like common knowledge for people who like know about dogs. And not everybody has that innate background information, even though we kind of see it as common knowledge. But is he an asshole for insinuating that his brother didn't read up on his dog's breed? No, because he obviously didn't. Because any little bit of research into huskies would have told you that. I think that he went to the pound probably didn't get it adopted because it's a puppy. Puppies are usually, maybe got it. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if huskies are a very common breed inside of shelters. First of all, if you went and bought a puppy, shame on you. Adopt. Second of all, I think he said bought. He said got. Really. Yeah, he said got, not bought specifically, but. Yeah, so I don't know if he bought the dog. No, it's okay. It's unclear whether he bought the dog or if he adopted the dog. So first of all, if you didn't adopt the dog, shame on you. And if you did adopt the dog without doing any prior research as to what kind of dog you wanted, also shame on you. Because shelters are really rough on animals and you need to do your research as to what kind of animal you want to be adopting. Because nothing sucks more than having to take the animal back because you didn't get the kind of animal that you wanted because you didn't bother to take the time. So, no, not an asshole. Be nicer to the dog. It's not the dog's fault. Get them trained. That's literally what you're supposed to do when you get a dog. Train your dog if they're having behavioral issues. Also, they're a husky. That's pretty normal. For huskies, that's like their whole thing. Also, probably needs more exercise. Yeah. Really need to run the energy out of huskies. New prediction. I thought the first sentence said, am I an asshole for cheating? And I was like, oh, okay. Am I the asshole for asking my brother to wash his feet before bed? By Butterfly Babe. With 777 upvotes, by the way. Am I the asshole for asking my boyfriend to wash his feet before bed? Am I the asshole for asking my boyfriend to wash his feet before bed? I, 27 female, have been dating my boyfriend Chris, 29 male, for about a year and a half. We live together and generally things are great. Chris is sweet, funny, and we get along well, except for one thing that drives me absolutely insane: his feet. Now, I understand feet aren't always the most pleasant part of a person, but Chris seems to have abnormally sweaty and smelly feet. I'm not talking about a little odor after a long day. I mean the kind of smell that lingers in the room even after he takes his shoes and socks off. The kind of smell that makes me wrinkle my nose even under the covers. I've tried to be subtle. I've bought him fancy foot soaks and odor control socks. I've even jokingly pointed out how gross his feet are a few times. Nothing has worked. I brought it up while we were chilling on the couch watching TV too. I told him how I feel about it and asked him if he can try to get rid of it and that I'm happy to help him with it. He didn't really say much and switched the conversation to something else. Finally, the other night I reached my breaking point. I was already asleep when he was still in the living room playing Xbox. When he went to bed, the smell woke me up from sleep. I sat up and blurted out, "Chris, please, for the love of God, can you wash your feet before getting into bed?" He didn't say anything, turned around, and went to wash his feet. I was absolutely floored. Isn't basic hygiene an expectation in a relationship? Obviously, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, he made jokes about how I didn't like his manly scent and said I was being overly sensitive. This might seem trivial, but it's genuinely getting to me. Not only is it disgusting, but I feel disrespected that he doesn't give a damn about something so basic, especially when it clearly bothers me. Now he seems to think I'm the unreasonable one. So, I'm not a doctor, but I feel like this isn't normal. Like, if you are getting odor control socks and foot soaks and it's not helping and this is like a constant thing, maybe it's medical and you should be looking into it. But also, well, here's the thing, Gull. I don't think that you should be that extreme as to break up with him, because he seems to be passing it off as a joke, but he's likely doing that because he might be embarrassed about it. Like, it's probably not something that he's like, but also he doesn't listen to her. Yeah, it's a tough one, because like I kind of want to side with him that she's being a little bit overreactive, but she woke up from sleeping because the smell was so bad. I would be less worried about how he's acting and more worried about how quickly I can schedule a doctor's appointment. I want to know if anybody's mentioned that in the comments. Yeah. First thing, make boyfriend an appointment with a... Is it podiatrist? Podiatrist? Yeah, see that, but that's what makes me think that he's embarrassed. Podiatrist? Well, I think die would be D-I-E if you're like trying to phonetically do it for me. Because you just spelled out the word. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wait. Because D also isn't D-I. Podiatrist. Yeah, there we go. Because I was like, D-I isn't a phonetic word that I can use too. Yeah. Is she an asshole? I don't think so. But there's like some things that kind of make me want to lead towards yes. Like, I think that he's embarrassed about it. Also, she was like, instead of like being serious, she says that she's jokingly pointed out how gross his feet are. He could actually have like an infection. Go to a doctor. That's not normal. And that's why I think that he's reacting like this, is because it's kind of like he's constantly getting joked with about how gross his feet are, and he's probably he's an adult though. He's got to be able to smell it too. I'm not talking about whether he should have made an appointment by now. Sure, maybe he should have, but you know, for whatever reason he hasn't. That's not the argument. I'm mostly just pointing out that it seems like he might be dealing with this in a way that might not be very irrational, because it seems like instead of just kind of being straight from the beginning, it's something that she's made fun of him about, and he's probably now very insecure about it and kind of just wants to ignore it because it makes him sad. And that's why he just like, when she brings up, oh, your feet stink again at the couch, he's just like, this again. Sure, but haven't you been like irrational about like joke comments? Everybody has. Like that's what I'm trying to explain, is that you could be a little bit empathetic for his side if like instead of just being straight with him like your feet smell, instead she's like cracking jokes and making fun of him, and he probably is like taking it negatively because of it. That's all I mean. I still don't think that she's an asshole for this. I think that she's absolutely in the right, but also take him to a doctor, or, you know, that, and I'm not saying that she should be taking him to the doctor. Like she needs to like do everything for him. You know what I mean? Just like he should be taken to a doctor. So I'm gonna go with no. She's not an asshole, but also he should see a doctor, regardless of who makes the appointment. Somebody take that boy to a doctor. Whether it's him or somebody else. All right. Next prediction. Am I the asshole because I'm said... Okay, oh God. Am I the asshole because I said my stepdaughter and her kids should get out of the house. I'm assuming that that's what that says. Proofread your shit. By Fearless Ad 8778. Am I the asshole because I said my stepdaughter and her kids should get out of the house? Am I the asshole because I said my stepdaughter and her kids should get out of the house? I got married to my now husband 3 years ago. He has a daughter. She's 27 with a 4-year-old kid, and now gave birth to a girl who's 11 months old. Her relationship with the father of her children is complicated, and he is out of sight right now without getting into more details. She doesn't have any sort of income and can't pay rent, so she didn't have a proper place. Thus, for the last 4 months, she's been living with us. Those were the most hectic months of my life. Lack of sleep at night, chaos during the day, lots of control over food because her 4-year-old is a very picky eater, and even couldn't watch TV properly because, again, kid wants to see cartoons. My stepdaughter, sorry, I was trying to figure out what the fuck SD meant. My stepdaughter didn't try to have the father involved or seek child support or tried to find any solution for herself during the time she's been with us, and I'm tired of all of this. She isn't even giving me the potential that she might do something. No, she decided that this is where she'll live. So I told my husband that he has to get her a place and try to reach the father of her children because this situation isn't working at all. He refused because while he already is the one paying for all of her stuff, he doesn't want to pay extra rent. In our house, everything is 50-50, and it was like that even when she came, but he paid extra necessities for children's clothes, diapers, etc. Obviously, my stepdaughter doesn't want to get out either because she has her free cook and free babysitters in the house. My husband doesn't want to pay extra rent. I held my ground that she has until the end of this month to leave, or else I'll file for divorce, which will cost my husband a lot. I did sympathize with her situation, but now it feels like she doesn't want to even try and help herself, and I'm so disappointed in my husband. I feel like I read so much and yet so little in the last 3 or so minutes. It also doesn't help that this was not like very well written, that I genuinely don't even have an opinion on this because it feels like everyone is wrong. This might be the first one where I have to get some opinions from the comments because I'm just like, I don't know how to feel about this. Because you didn't sign up for your current circumstances, I'm going to go against the grain and judge you not the asshole. However, you have to be aware that he will choose his daughter over you every time. And I choose myself, said the OP. Not the asshole. Buy the food you want and cook for yourself. Let stepdaughter figure out what to cook her own kids with daddy's money. Whose house is it? If it's yours, get an official eviction notice. Not the asshole as well, because you didn't have a choice for this major change in your living arrangements. If this is an issue between you and your husband, is there any way you could sell your house and get something with an in-law apartment, or maybe do a small addition on the house? That way, if he wants to support her, the money still goes into equity for you and your husband, but she has her own place. I know that's expensive though. Jesus Christ, what? Yeah, I'm just gonna go with not the asshole because I don't really know. because that's kind of what I don't even know. There's just so much going on here. No, I don't think that the poster specifically is an asshole. I don't think. You didn't, but it's your step. Like, if it was like a different kind of, like if it was, his brother or sister or whatever, maybe it would be different. But it is his stepdaughter. Like, it is his daughter, her stepdaughter. And she seems a little bit selfish. Specifically, I don't think it's about this in particular. I still think she should throw out her own biological daughter if she did this, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that necessarily. I think that she is probably going through something very difficult, having 2 children, and the father of her children is gone. And 4 months is not an awfully long time. And it's also her father. And this is a stepmother. And they probably have never gotten along. And like, I don't know. I'm gonna go with no, because that's what the comments say. But I could definitely be swayed the other way. Because I understand that as an older woman not wanting to, like, take care of another person's kids. I don't know. I think it's complicated. It's one of those. It's complicated. Like the Facebook status. Am I the asshole? Oh, hold on. Prediction. I'm doing it wrong. Prediction first. Okay. Am I the asshole for refusing to take care of my mom, stating I'm doing so to respect her culture? By Ver Cultured Throw RA. Am I the asshole for refusing to take care of my mom, stating I'm doing so to respect her culture? I'm starting to get to the point where I don't even know what I'm reading anymore. There's just so many. I don't know. Am I the asshole for refusing to take care of my mom, stating I'm doing so to respect her culture? I, 39 male, was raised in a very white household. My mom was very much a follower of the American suburbia white mom culture. This sadly includes the racism. I've been married to my husband, 44 male, for 8 years, and he was raised in a mixed race home, Filipino, Japanese, and Black. It's normal in Filipino culture for multiple generations of family to live together. My husband lived with his mom, and now the 3 of us live together. My mom always said she thought it was bullshit and he was a basement dwelling mama's boy. Yes, she literally used these phrases and a weeb neckbeard because he lives with his mom. You're 40. Your mom has to be like 60 or more. Like, what 60-year-olds are using the term weeb neckbeard? This has got to be fake. Yeah, okay. I still don't know where she learned that stuff. Anytime we've tried to explain the culture, she's been dismissive and sometimes straight up racist. She joked before that her culture was not being a freeloader. It's been several years of low contact since then. And eventually my mom said she needs to come live with my husband and I so we could take care of her since she's gotten older and her health isn't the greatest. I promptly told her no. Typically when she asks, I just send her pamphlets to old folks' homes. This came to a head the other day when she showed up on our doorstep with her bags saying she's ready for me to set up and do my duty as a son like we do for mother-in-law. I laughed and closed the door. My mother-in-law chastised me and told me to let her in, so I did. We ended up having a conversation with her crocodile tears, asking why I wouldn't care for her and if I didn't love her. I promptly responded with, "Oh no, Mom, I love you very much. That's why I've decided to honor your culture and never let you live with us. Last thing I'd want to do is make you a freeloader." Her backpedaling didn't work, and eventually she left. My family have been blowing up my phone since, saying I'm disrespectful and a horrible son. She can't live with any of them due to her health issues, so I'm her only option. My husband agrees with me, but my mother-in-law has been starting to make me feel a little bit bad. She doesn't like my mom, but does feel I should care for her. So Reddit, am I the asshole? No. I mean, I'm just going to straight up say no. It doesn't really matter what the circumstances are. It is never the child's responsibility to take care of their parents. And any parent that feels as though it is their child's responsibility to drop their lives and take care of them when they get older is incredibly selfish. Like, I get that going into, and this is somebody where I grew up going in and out of like retirement homes because I was lucky enough, you could say, that I was born to a younger parent. So I actually still had my great grandparents in my life for a very, very long time. Like over 15 years old, they were still alive. Both of them. Both of them lived to be 94. And my great grandfather was in an old folks home for the last 5+ years of his life. And we visited him every day. So is it scary to like go into a place and expect other people to take care of you? Would it be way more comfortable if it was, your own family being able to stay in your own house to do so? Yes, but is it their responsibility to do so? No. It is, and again, as somebody who has taken care and like lived in full time with an elderly family member, it is incredibly difficult and stressful. And anybody who does like at home nursing and stuff like that is an incredibly strong person because it is very taxing. You live your entire life for somebody else. And if they don't want to do it, Midgard, they should not have to. If they want to take care of their family members and take on that responsibility, that is it is an incredibly strong and generous thing to do, but it is not something that any parent should expect of their children, because you are essentially, when you have to take care of another person, especially when they're older and can't do anything, you have to depending on how like they can be bad with dementia, they could start sleepwalking. You might have to essentially pay attention to every movement that they make so that they don't fall and hurt themselves. It's incredibly stressful like thing to do, and to expect to not only keep your own job or do your own life and your own responsibilities while also taking on that responsibility is incredibly difficult. And that's why nursing homes exist. And are they the best thing in the world? No. There's many, many, many stories of nursing homes being incredibly neglectful and abusive, and that is incredibly unfortunate. And it makes me personally very sad as someone who kind of experienced that a little, never experienced anything totally horrible, but definitely when we would go and see my grandfather, you could tell that the nursing home that he was a part of was understaffed, and he would not get the exact kind of care that he really needed. Because they're just, there's over 100 people that usually a staff of about 10 or less have to take care of, and it's a full-time job with all of them. And it's incredibly difficult, and it is not something that should be undertaken lightly by anybody. And yeah, basically don't expect your kids to take care of you and give up their lives because you raised them. That's just a very gross sentiment that I see so very often, and I really hate it. I hate when parents expect their children to drop their lives when they're 30, 40 years old, drop their own families, and depending on when it happens, you could be completely neglecting children that you have to take care of your parents, and it's not a win for anybody. But I will say, absolutely not. This person I don't think is an asshole. It seems like this mother was incredibly rude to herself and to himself and his husband, and kind of absolutely is a fuck around and find out. My uncle took care of my now recently deceased grandma for the past 2-3 years, and it was miserable. She could barely hear and trouble remembering anything and constantly got upset with him. But he did it because he loved grandma and also didn't trust anyone to go into her home, which is loaded with super valuable antiques he wants his family to be able to inherit. But it was his choice. He wasn't forced to do it. I took care of my great-grandmother for a very, 16 months when she was at the twilight of her life, and it was also incredibly difficult. It was just stressful because when you get older, it's really hard to just understand that you can't do some things anymore. And for me personally, I was constantly on high alert because she couldn't stand. She was bedridden, but she would still sometimes try to walk without calling me because she didn't want to bother me, even though I was with her 24. I lived in the house with her, and it's very stressful when you know that sometimes they just won't call you because they don't want to bother you if you're resting or taking a nap. So you never get any full sleep because you're in fight or flight mode all of the time. To if you hear the creak of the bed, you have to jump and wake up because you might have to help them because they didn't call you. It's very stressful. So absolutely, I'm always kind of gonna side with people that are should I take care of my family or because they asked me to, even though they were dicks to me? No. Nope. So no, not an asshole. All right. So I'm actually curious about this. Do you guys lose your channel points if you're wrong? If you say yes, but I say no, do you guys get the channel points back or do they go into the ether? They are deleted? Oh, I'm so sorry everyone for who keeps losing their channel points because I don't agree with them. See you later. Have a good dinner. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay my daughter as much as my son and refusing to supplement her check so that they're equal? From Consistent Detail 834. Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know if people didn't vote on the other side and they ended up being wrong, if they just lost the points. Am I the asshole for refusing to pay my daughter as much as my son and refusing to supplement her check so that they're equal? Am I the asshole for refusing to pay my daughter as much as my son and refusing to supplement her checks so that they're equal? My two oldest kids are in college and working part-time to earn spending money. They live at home and we pay for their tuition, cars, insurance, basically everything except their spending money. I have my own small construction company and run a crew of about 15 men, including my son. Lately, we've been doing mostly roofing jobs. My son's job is to help take off the old shingles, pick up any shingles that miss the dumpster, and help prep the roof. Once the installation starts, he delivers a steady stream of shingles, nails, and other materials to the nailers. It's a dangerous and hard job, so I pay him about $25 an hour. My daughter works as a cashier, but most of the time she's standing at the shelf checkout lines and rarely behind the register. She's paid about $15 an hour. Last weekend, my son bought his girlfriend a new iPhone for Valentine's Day and was talking about the restaurant he's going to take her to. Since it's an expensive phone and restaurant, my daughter asked where he's getting the money. That led to how much I'm paying him, and she got mad. He's been working with me for about 4 months, but she's never shown any interest in what we do or asked anything about his job or pay, so it came as a surprise to her. The short version of a week-long argument in our house is that she thinks it's unfair he's making so much more than she is. I offered her the same hourly wage if she wants to join her brother on the roof, but she went once and didn't finish out the day. Instead, she wants us to make up the difference between their paychecks. My wife thinks I should come up with an easier job, like just let her pick up the shingles that miss the dumpsters. I said that's an easy job, and I'm not paying her $25 an hour for a minimum wage job. I told her that she can make as much as her brother, but she doesn't want to carry heavy and dirty shingles. Now, both women are giving me the silent treatment. Last night, when my wife went so far as to eat dinner with our daughter before my son and I got home at 6, and later went to bed without saying a word to me all night. No, you're not the asshole, because there's a reason why certain jobs are paid better than others, whether they are dangerous or they are intensely laborious. There is a reason why construction workers get paid money, because it's a dangerous job. It's labor intensive, and not a lot of people want to do it because of those reasons. And that's how the world works, honey, essentially, is kind of what I want to say to this daughter. She's being incredibly, selfish, because it's not as though he's like, no, you can't do this because you're a woman. He offered her the same position, and she said no. So why is it his responsibility to give her equal? That's like... that's such a strange sentiment to me, that to work 2 different jobs but be like, yes, dad, pay me the difference between my brother's salary and my salary because we have 2 different jobs. Strange. No, not the asshole. Excuse me. Such a strange one that one was. All right. New prediction. Oh, absolutely. There are for sure sneaky ones. Am I the asshole for telling my mom and her husband they got what they wanted, so they should leave my sister alone? By Apart Marionberry 77. Am I the asshole for telling my mom and her husband they got what they wanted, so they should leave my sister alone? Am I the asshole for telling my mom and her husband that they got what they wanted, so they should leave my sister alone? My youngest sister got married in November, and our mom's husband walked her down the aisle. My sister did not want him. She wanted me. But he has been married to our mom since my sister was 6, and she had a lot of pressure on her to ask him because he tried to be a good father to her, and he stepped up and was there and paid for stuff, etc. She didn't have him pay for the wedding or her college education, but she knew she would be judged harshly for not asking him when he wanted to, and he was in her life for so long. The day of the wedding, my sister was crying on my shoulder for a while about how upset she was that he was walking her and not me. She wished dad was there, etc. Mom's husband overheard everything and walked her anyway, and then the next day, he and my mom heard her and my brother-in-law talking about it and how much she hated the experience and wanted to wipe it from her memory. My mom and her husband are offended. I think he was hurt that she was so she was so upset by him doing it, but they weren't happy she was so upset/bothered by him doing it. My mom tried to drag me into their anger, and I told her I wasn't angry. Then they both claimed I should have more respect for him as the man who stepped up when dad died. I was 15 when he and my mom got married. So he played a very small role in my life. I told my mom's husband he got what he wanted, and I told them both they got what they wanted, which was him walking my sister down the aisle. And they need to leave my sister alone because she has every right to be unhappy when they pressured her. He argued that she's his little girl and this is hard for him. I told him he never listened because she was never ever claimed to be his little girl. She has always seen herself as our dad's daughter, and he will never be our dad. They told me I overstepped, and my mom claimed I should understand why it's an insult to them that my sister reacted as she did. Am I the asshole? It's just so much. Yeah, obviously, it is my opinion is that no, he is not an asshole for telling them that. Should he be the one to tell them that? Maybe not, because a lot of this does revolve around the sister. Also, what is happening that his sister is having multiple private conversations overheard by by her parents and step-parents? There's so much eavesdropping going on here. But yeah, obviously her father died and she didn't want her stepdad to walk her down the aisle. I think that's reasonable. Like, does it make a lot of sense? Not really, because from what it seems, at least in their opinion, the parents' opinion, he was there. Oh no, he said it twice. It says the day of the wedding, mom's husband overheard everything and walked her anyway. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think I'm confused now. But yeah. Anyway, not I think you're right. I think I just thought when I read it the first time that it happened twice. I think it only just happened the once. But yeah, basically, it's your wedding, dude. You shouldn't be catering to other people. If you didn't want to be walked down the aisle by your stepdad, then you should have just put your foot down about it, because it's not anybody else's day. It's your day. And obviously, it upset her a lot to do this, to the point, like, it seems kind of like small to me, but obviously it was huge to her because she was crying about it. And also, yeah, her father died, and it's probably very emotional for her because she wished that her father was there for her wedding but couldn't be because he passed away. And you should be respectful of that regardless of what you want to have happen. Obviously, she wanted her brother to walk her down the aisle, and she didn't get what she wanted for her own wedding. And that sucks. So, no. Not an asshole. Act 100%, I agree. All right. New prediction. Am I the asshole? God, stop tagging things. Because I don't agree with those anyway, so don't let that skew. Literally, earlier, I went against something that was tagged as not the asshole, so. Am I the asshole for not wanting... Oh my God, I can't read. Am I the asshole for not worrying if my son gets bullied because of his name? By Plastic Doll 7474. Am I the asshole for not worrying if my son gets bullied because of his name? My fiance and I are expecting our first child and have been discussing potential names. Both of us immigrated from Eastern Europe. I'm from Poland, he's from Kazakhstan, and we both want our children to have names that reflect their heritage. We decided on the name... I cannot pronounce that, because it was my great-grandfather's name and my fiance is a huge soccer fan. We're in a group for expecting parents, something like a mommy and me group, but you can join before your child is born. I didn't find a good translation, and at the last meeting the topic of baby names came up. I explained the name we have chosen, and while most of the others said that they liked it, some were apparently concerned about the pronunciation, and one of them asked if we were completely set on the name. When I told her yes, she asked if we weren't worried if she asked if we aren't worried our son might get bullied for it, because it's not a common name here. I told her that we aren't, because the pronunciation is not as difficult as it looks. I disagree. And he would probably go by Wojtek. Anyway, she doubled down again and asked if we had discussed any other options. I told her we did. We also thought about... Nope. I didn't say it in a friendly way because she was pissing me off, and after we got home, my fiance told me I should have just left it alone and ignored her comments. The whole point of being in a chat room is that you chat with the people in the room, so already... Wojciech is a base name. I agree. You've heard of Wojciech, the World War II Polish bear? No, I have not. Assuming that I'm, again, pronouncing that correctly. I would say that no, not an asshole, because one, I don't think that you should, like, I think it's fine to, like, name your children, like, very culturally or, like, environmentally, I guess, appropriate names. Wojciech? Okay. That makes sense. Wojtek. Is it going to be difficult because it is a, like, foreign name? Yes. So he might get a little bit annoyed that he has to constantly tell people how to pronounce his name. But, like, other than that, like, kids are gonna be assholes for every reason, right? And because kids are just dicks. So I don't really think that you can go to that level of, like, trying to protect someone from bullying, because if it's not this, it's gonna be another thing kind of deal. So I don't think that you should, like, not pick a baby name that you and your husband really like because, oh, well, what if they get bullied because the name is different? I agree that I don't think that this should be a concern. He was a brown bear in a Polish Second Corps, bought as a cub and raised. He carried munitions and supplies, was enlisted as a private, eventually was promoted to a corporal, and he developed a habit of smoking cigarettes. Huh. Fascinating. So I'm gonna go with no, not an asshole. But, like, I also kind of want to be like, oh, well, that person was overstepping their bounds. But then, you know, you have to take into account that no, they weren't, because they were, like, you're specifically in a chat room to discuss that kind of thing. So. And our last one. I'm genuinely surprised. It's Shahid. I'm genuinely surprised that I almost perfectly, so, like, I basically just scrolled down and, like, right clicked and made new tabs for a whole bunch of different posts, and I'm genuinely surprised that I managed to get the correct number. Hello, cat. I'm finally not playing a game for you to disrupt, but you are sitting in front of my monitor in a thing where I need to read. So. All right. The answer was no, you're not an asshole. All right. New prediction. Am I the asshole for telling my 25 male girlfriend, 26 female, that she deceived me? By Patient Signal. Am I the asshole for telling my 25... See, that I hate that. My 25 male girlfriend, 26 female, that she deceived me. Betting this is some anti-trans stuff? No, I misdid that. He is saying my, as in I am 25 male, the girlfriend is 26 female. That's why it's, like, backwards like that, but I'm saying it wrong because I'm supposed to be putting a, like, pause where my, but I hate people that do that. Oh, do you think? I'd be very surprised if it was that specific, but we'll see. Okay, cat, you can't. So, my birthday is coming up in a few weeks. FYI, I've never really cared about it. I've always thought it was an ordinary day, never had a party for it, never received many gifts for it. A few weeks ago, just before Christmas, my girlfriend told me not to expect an expensive gift from her and apologize for that. FYI, she was and still is unemployed. She still lives with her mother and has some money saved. She's also going through a difficult situation with her father, which involves attorneys, therefore legal fees. I said that wasn't a big deal and that a gift is still a gift no matter how expensive it is, so I told her not to worry about it. I also told her that I understood the situation and that oh my god, please, cat, I can't see anything. That at that moment she had other things to worry about. She then proceeded to tell me, I guarantee you that I'll get you something big for your birthday no matter what. I told her she didn't have to, since she has some other things going on that needed to be fixed. She insisted. So I started to have some expectations, since she was so sure about it. But at the same time, I knew she would tell me she couldn't do it at some point. Today, as we were talking, she finally told me she couldn't afford a big gift for my birthday either. I told her not to worry about it. She still had some things that needed to be fixed, and that should be her priority right now. I also politely told her to avoid giving things for granted, especially when she goes through hard times. I just told her, next time, just don't tell me you're going to give me a big gift if you're not sure you can afford it, please. I also told her that I felt a bit deceived since I created myself some expectations. She got mad. She started saying that I am materialistic and that I don't understand her situation. She told me I was insensitive to her. Oh my god. And that I shouldn't have expected anything from her. And then an argument unfolded. FYI, from time to time, she complains about the same thing about expectations, telling me I shouldn't propose things if I'm not sure if they can be done. The difference is that I never give things for granted, and I always say if there's a possibility we could do this or that. I'll be right back. my God, I'm so sorry about that. Okay, I had to process as well. So I want to say my initial reaction is no, or maybe yes. I can't remember. I kind of decided it all in my head, and then I completely forgot everything I was thinking. So I think that it's kind of a little bit of a yes and no. Where this is kind of why I personally try to never make promises that I am like, even when I am 99% sure that I can or will do something, I never like to say never, that nothing will ever for sure happen or something will 100% happen. Because yeah, it sucks to get like your expectations about something raised or to be excited about something and then have it taken away from you. That doesn't feel good ever. And I hate that feeling when it happens to me. So I try to not do it for anybody else. So like I will pretty much never say, well, okay, I know this is a bit hypocritical, but I will pretty much always, most of the time, never say never. And I will not make promises about basically anything, even if I am very, very confident that I will or won't do something. Because people's opinions about things can change, circumstances can make your opinion change, about all sorts of different situations. But also, did he have to say that he felt deceived? No, because I don't think it was a deception by her. I think she genuinely intended to get him a gift, attempted to, and then realized that she couldn't, or whatever. I agree with most everything else, though, in his sentiment, that basically what he wanted was that he doesn't want her to make promises because he didn't like feeling let down and would rather instead just not have those expectations of excitement be dashed. I think the only thing that they are wrong about is saying that she deceived him. Because I don't think that she did. I think that he was disappointed. I do not think that he was deceived. So I'm going to go with no, he's not the asshole for a majority of what happened. I think that the deception, specifically saying that, but maybe I should say yes, because that's the part that I'm going to actually go with yes. He is the asshole. Even though 90% of it I agree with him on, this specific question is, am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend that she deceived me? Which is the one part of this story that I'm like, yes, you were an asshole for saying that, because you were not deceived, you were disappointed. And those are very different. One of them belies intent of malice against you, and the other one doesn't necessarily. If she said that she would give you a gift, and then it turns out that she couldn't end up giving you a gift, she didn't, intend to maliciously get you excited just to turn you down. She probably genuinely intended to, and it didn't end up happening. And that's a disappointment versus deception. So I'm actually going to say yes, he is an asshole, specifically because of the question. If the question was worded differently, I would have ended up saying no, he wasn't the asshole, because I agree with most everything else that's been said here. I agree that it sucks to say, hey, please don't promise this thing. It's totally okay if you can't. And they go, no, I will. And then you get excited for it. And then time comes around and it's like, actually, no, I can't. And it's like, well, then why did you promise that you would do this thing if you knew that there was a possibility that you couldn't? But unfortunately, because of the specific wording of the question and to keep things fair for other things that I've ruled, Yes, you are an asshole. Based on your specific question. And that's it for Am I the Asshole? We actually got through, how many did we got through a lot of them. It was really fun. I enjoyed myself. It was a new bit of content, and it was very, very enjoyable. I had a good time just sitting and like chatting about philosophy and things like that. It was really, really fun. And thank you so much for people who hung out. I hope that everybody got lots of channel points and lost lots of channel points depending on what happened to you today. Yeah, lots of people suck at communication. Story of life, really, isn't it? Just lots of things could be solved if there was better communication in the world. But people always worried about hurting other people's feelings and I redistributed channel points into the chat, hashtag socialism. Well, I had a really good time. I think I'm gonna keep Saturdays as like just chatting streams, I think, in the future. I think Saturday is gonna be like a chill Saturday morning thing of like either we watch YouTube videos or you know, browse a subreddit of some kind, and just sit and talk and relax on a Saturday morning. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everyone, for spending your time with me. No evening stream, as we do not stream, or I do not stream. I don't know why we said we. I'm the one streaming. I do not stream in the Saturday afternoons or Wednesday afternoons. Just I hopefully will be a little bit more alive Friday and Saturday mornings, and probably more afternoons. I think mornings I'm usually okay. It's the afternoons where I get a bit blah. Because my Thursday, Friday D&D game is on hiatus and for a couple of months. Because we finished the one shot and the campaign still needs to be completed, so I'm getting some extra sleep and I'm genuinely excited about it. I have become an old person who is excited about getting to sleep. So yeah, thank you so much for spending your time with me, guys. I appreciate it so much. I'm gonna head off. I will see. I don't know if I will see you, but I will be back Sunday morning, 8 a.m. EST, 1 p.m. GMT. Thank you so much for spending your time. Have a good day, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. Amber says have a good Saturday too. I don't know if you heard her. Maybe. Say goodbye to chat. She's come up here and rubbed against the microphone. Bye, chat.